Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 106. Syria as we know it is gone forever. And Russia actually talked to the United States. And interestingly, is before Syria has collapsed, apparently it's supposed to do with some military exercise. The Russia is going to fire some missiles in the Eastern Mediterranean. Clearly, there's just a cover. I think that they are just talking about, Syria, maybe the safe evacuation of Russian troops. Perhaps that's what I think. And yeah, Ukraine war is still ongoing, and I think most people don't give a shit about Ukraine now. No, because more exciting things is happening over in the rest of the world. Anyway, can you guys hear me? I forgot to check. Can you guys hear me? Because it's a new setup, and I look at the settings. Should be working. Everybody should be able to hear me well, and yeah. So I'm in the totally new place right now. This is my new house. You can't see much because I'm back by the wall, so not much to see. And my decorations are crap. So it's still new, so don't have much. There's no soundproofing, so no, I'm not sure if you guys will hear hear my room sound very churchy. So anyway, so I'm gonna drop the link to join for you guys to chit chat. I don't have to go into the monologue for too long, and just remember to press the like button. Yeah. So let me pull out my copy and paste for the link to join. Yep, audio is good. All right, copy and paste. Okay, the link to join, invite, copy. Okay, link to join is right. So I dropping the link to join I've dropped it into the YouTube live chat, and I've dropped it into the my live stream is not. Oh, I forgot to turn on the live stream on the Rumble channel. Oh no, the Rumble people are so sad. Okay. Yeah. So I got to re-intro again for the Rumble people, and and I dropped the link to join in Twitch. Yeah. So welcome to join. Hopefully the link is working. Yeah. So for those watching on Rumble, sorry. I'm going to reopen again. That's the title. That's the title, and that's it. So yeah. Sorry, Rumble people. Sorry, I was like, I forgot about it. Yeah, when I moved to this new place, there's like everything is like just so different. The feeling. So I keep missing things. Like because my arrangement of the monitor is different because I broke one of my monitor when I was moving. So I have to switch my monitor setup like differently. So I have a mini one, and then I have other stuff like everything is just different. Like so it's like very confusing for me. It's a confusing time, and oh no, I moved this. How do I put it back? Okay. Yeah. Okay. No one want to come and talk. Anyway, or is the link not working? No, let me know if you guys want to come on and the link is not working. So, it's working because someone is here.
Hello.
Hi, Brendan.
Hi. It's been a while since I've been on.
You should come on more often because I will start to forget how you look like. Then I will start to ask you, can I have your email?
Do you need it?
Nope. I already put it on.
Thank you.
So, what do you think of the shit show over the past few days? I don't know how to explain it, but it's a shit show. I just want to add a comment first. The way how Syria collapsed is exactly how everybody thought Ukraine is going to collapse when Russia invaded.
Yeah.
And the fact that Syria collapsed so suddenly, and like the way how people imagine Ukraine would have, is a shock because people saw Ukraine didn't collapse, and it's like we have this idea that no country don't collapse so easily. Then suddenly Syria just collapses. Like what? Everybody just got shocked.
Oh yeah, it's strange to me. Like, and the thing I appreciate about what you do and your show is that I've got a bunch of guy friends who are reasonably informed. They stay up on the news and history, but like we truly are seeing some historical events right now, like world-changing moments. And it's like I can't get people to understand. I guess it's a fairly small audience for people who are really paying attention and actually care about moments like this. It's I'm not thrilled either way, but it's amazing to watch history being made, regime change. I mean, this is the Ba'athist philosophy goes back now over half a century or beyond, and that's the final fall of it. That's a whole I don't know what's going to evolve out of this, but I mean, you're looking at I don't know what this new Islamic fundamentalism 2.0 rebooted is going to look like, but it seems like the kindler, gentler version of Al Qaeda rebranded or something,
or ISIS. Because I did read rumors that some of these guys fighting on the HTS side, the rebel group that was not backed by Turkey, some of them seems to be used to be from the Islamic State, used to be from ISIS. So, and it's not surprising because some of because the HTS is born from Al Nusra, and Al Nusra is from Al Qaeda. So that's why when I'm doing the reporting, I said that they are US backed because there is no other way to imagine it to be otherwise. And you can see that United States is involved in this overthrow of Assad, because the American backed rebels, American trained rebels, actually attacked from El Taf. They go northward, captured Palmyra, and then they went to Damascus in the pincer attack along with HTS. So it's definitely Americans, not say Americans behind it, but they are definitely having a hand in it. And yeah, at least for the very least, on the bright side, the United States finally succeeded in overthrowing Assad. This is after for so long, finally.
But the leader of the organization of HTS seems to really understand PR. I mean, he's good at it because he's already saying and doing all the right things that are going to give him legitimacy to govern, and from the international community. Now, I don't know what that's going to look like in 2 years, but in the meantime,
2.0.
Yeah. I mean, but Syria has, even with all the people that have left and fled the country, it's still probably the only, with the exception of maybe Lebanon, the only diverse country in the Middle East in terms of ethnic composition. I mean, obviously Iraq has its regional, but those regional fragmentations of Iraq are pretty permanently, the lines are permanently drawn there. But in Syria, you still have a Christian village and a Shiite or Alawite village or a Druze village, or everything's fairly spread out. And I don't know if you'll see a segregation of the country or a mass exodus of Christians and Alawites. And there's going to be it was the Sunnis largely that fled, I think, the conflict the last time around, and now I think you're going to see the opposite. Probably several million refugees. It'd be interesting to see how the West views that.
I think one of the interesting things that happened, during the collapse was that they entered the Iranian embassy and they destroyed the portrait of Soleimani, and then it's like, it's like this group is also very anti-Iran. So it's also part of a wider conflict. Don't talk about the United States alone, but it's just like it's still a Sunni Shiite war as well. So there's a lot of facets, so many ways you can chop it, and it all makes sense.
Did you see how Israel sees the rest of the Golan Heights?
Oh, I see. When I, because I don't have time to do the sit-rep, so I just put a one-liner, like a small 3-paragraph update. I just say no, and Israel invaded Syria.
Yeah,
because I don't know how else to write it.
They took the top of Mount Hermon, and which is the highest point in that whole region, and now they've they're obviously not going to give that up because that's such strategic
And HTS
ground.
don't have the forces to defeat
Yeah.
Israel. So no, you can defeat Syria, but Syria is not this like so weak, like Israel is a different story altogether. And they have to thank Israel for it, because it's Israel destruction of Hezbollah that allows them to win the war. They are definitely on the same side in a way.
Yeah. Well, just getting Russia out of the region, getting Iran pushed back out of Syria and into Iraq. Israel's going to be a lot more happy with dealing with kind of those regional militia forces as opposed to having large players around. Now, Turkey,
and they kick Russia out.
Yeah.
No, they didn't kick Russia out.
No, Russia is eventually out without Syria, government around.
Yeah, but they have an agreement with Turkey. They are still there, and they're going to stay there. They're going to keep their air bases active.
I thought they were withdrawing. I think the last time I
don't think so. I saw.
I saw the rumor was that they retreated to the Kurdish side of Syria for some reasons.
Maybe.
So, but I don't think they will be able to stay, because the Russia's legitimacy was with Assad. They have a disagreement with Assad about going there to help Syria, but now that Assad is gone, there's no more reasons to stay in Syria, and that allows Israel to free up like their worries. They don't have to accidentally hit Russian troops. Now they can just bombard if they want to.
So Assad is in Moscow. It's with pictures, so we know he's in Moscow.
There are pictures.
I think it's an official announcement, but I know all the rumors was that he died in a plane crash.
No, it was bullshit. I saw the I think the plane was needed for evacuation.
Always, right?
It didn't crash. If you look at the 3D pattern they show of the fly route of that plane, so until it landed, it didn't look like a crash.
Maybe it turned off his transponder, right? It turned off his transponder, so that's why it's disappeared from the flight radar.
Yeah. They can put it out.
It didn't lose elevation that fast.
No.
To look like it was crashing. I agree with you.
Exactly. And it's an Ilyushin EL-76, and that plane can land everywhere. It's like the American C-17. These planes are designed to land anywhere. And the Ilyushin is a fucking big bastard that can go on the most terrible ground conditions with his eyes closed, and even if it's not really loaded. I think they evacuate in that region some people. I don't know. We don't know, and we didn't even have footage about the crash, something like that, in an occupied zone of these rebels. So, no, it didn't crash. Otherwise, we already would have some.
So
ahead, Nika.
Before Nika go, we have our guys, promoting Discord, DPA Discord, and a DPA forum. So like two different guys, two mods from two different sides of the DPA platforms. So do check it out. Nika?
Yeah, just a correction for Brandon. He said only Syria have a diverse community. Actually, if you know the Arab countries, you will see that's not true. I will give you, for example, I will start. North Africa is not very, very diverse, but we had a lot of Jewish community. In Tunisia and Morocco, until now, we have a decent community, Jewish community. Egypt have like 15% of Christians. Egypt is a large country, so imagine 15% is big. I think they have 100 million population or something close. So 15% of that Christians. Iraq have a diverse communities. Shiite, some Christians, Sunni. Syria too, Lebanon. Jordanian is largely a desert, so doesn't count for me. Gulf countries, they have a large Shiite population. Yemen, they have a lot of Jews, not a lot, but proportionate to the Jews worldwide. What else? I practically mentioned all the Arab countries. So every Arab country have a decent or large minorities. That's what I want to say.
Well, I didn't say that they were the only diverse country. I said that specifically they weren't segregated like Iraq has, a Shia region, has a Sunni region, has a Kurdish region. And I feel like looking at the map in Syria, it's much, even in Lebanon, you have kind of three zones where you have the different ethnic and religious groups located. But in Syria, it seemed, especially in northern Syria, it seemed like there was a lot of a Christian town surrounded by Sunni countryside or vice versa. It was it hadn't been in that situation where people had kind of forded up into their ethnic groups like in some other places, or been liquidated, as in the case of like regions where ISIS was. But I could be wrong.
You will find a lot of places. For example, you'll find big cities. They have a lot of diversity inside the city. Some villages or small towns, they have a large proportion of one ethnicity or another. The countryside is largely Arabic or Bedouin, something like this. But there isn't like a clear cut. Those clear cuts are recent because of some wars or some fears or whatever. But those clear cuts are like very, very. For example, in Tunisia or North Africa, I'm Tunisian, so North Africa, you cannot tell if this guy is Jew or Muslim or Christians because they speak the dialect. They are here like for hundreds of years. Egyptians too. It's the Levant area is like very specific, very diverse. When you go from a village to another or from city to another, you find a big difference in culture and even in accent and other stuff. So it's not as people think, it's as they imagine, but it's a very, very diverse area. Even with the wars, it's still a bit diverse.
Thank you. Well, that's not the impression you get from the media.
So I would like to give
media
to introduce himself. Garcia, am I wrong? We'd like to introduce yourself, where you're from and stuff. Unmute yourself first. Yep. There's no sound. There's no sound. There's no sound. You check your mic. Check your mic. There's no sound. Yeah, check your mic setting. Okay, then the rest can continue first while he's checking.
Every newbie's problem.
Well,
everybody had it. No problem.
If you check the media, we will be like riding camels and having tents everywhere. So welcome to check the media, or you can see some bloggers, some local persons, local news. You will change some idea because media doesn't like portray the reality of any place. It just highlight the interesting news, the flashy news to sell the views. That's it.
Well, the impression that you get from those conflicts, because largely, even though there are political issues, so much of the Middle Eastern conflict has, at least in the West, has been portrayed as largely a religious and ethnic conflict, and so the view is that kind of if people, obviously in most of these places, it's either Sunni or Shia majority with all of these kind of, Christian, Druze, Alawite minorities in the case of Syria, kind of all allied for their own survival against the Sunni majority that's going to wipe them out. That's how it's portrayed in our media, and that many of those people now are probably going to flee the country because of the pressure on them. So I don't know.
Nunya, and then me.
Yeah, no, if you read the mainstream media this morning, they're absolutely giddy. I didn't realize that we were supporting ISIS and Al-Qaeda all of a sudden, but there you go. If you live in the West, you're now supporting Al-Qaeda, the same bunch who created 9/11, terrorist attacks all over the world. That's who you're supporting now. So, and the media is completely on board. So the reason this Al-Qaeda piece of shit is so media savvy is because they're helping him. Like he's a creation by the people who put him in power and the people who funded and armed him. Nothing more. So this is just another example of the decline of the West when we start supporting groups like this. It's not going to end well for anybody in the region. I don't think anybody with a room temperature IQ thinks it's a good idea to establish an Islamic state in the middle of the Middle East. It's not going to turn out well for the Israelis. It's not going to turn out well for anybody really in that region. So these guys are pretty extreme, even compared to like the Taliban. So I don't know where we're going to go with this one, but I don't think whoever is organizing it is really thinking it through long term. I don't know why we give a bunch of savages like this any sort of legitimacy.
Well, what about the difference between the SNA and HTS, right? Because you have Turkey.
They're all Al Qaeda. Fuck them. They keep changing the acronyms and stuff. The same bunch of people.
But one is just a proxy for Turkey, who has ambitions to really, I would say, recolonize Syria, at least the portions that it can get a hold of. And that seems like their ambition. I mean, I think Erdogan's just about like Putin in terms of seeing, you know, a historical nation kind of wither and trying to reassert that power in the region, at least become a regional power. That's why they have this love-hate relationship. But it seems like the SNA and the HTS really don't have a lot of reasons to get along long term, and obviously the Kurds either. So this can turn right back around into a three-way civil war very quickly.
Well, that's my very point. It's not going to end well for anybody. So like they haven't thought this through. Go ahead, Nika.
Yeah, just the idea that all those forces are from Al Qaeda is just very simplistic. I follow a lot of news, a lot of those people, even the people from those forces. It's there. I don't deny that there is a lot of elements of Al Qaeda, ex-Al Qaeda, and Jabhat al-Nusra and so on. But you need to understand that it's a very diverse group. There's a large group from Al Qaeda, from ex-Qaeda, ISIS, but it's not only that. If you see only that, you are just following the propaganda as everyone else.
No, Nika, I'm not following. Like it's Al Qaeda and it's a bunch of friggin' mercenaries.
Yeah. You can follow your simplistic idea, and there is white and black everywhere, and everything is two colors and bad guys and good guys to facilitate. I'm not saying they are good guy or bad guy. It's a very gray situation, very gray from both sides. So you don't need to make it too simplistic to take a side and to have a decision. I don't even know if it's a good thing or a bad thing what's happening. The situation beforehand wasn't stable already because the history that's happening. But I'm saying that the forces that controlling those areas are very diverse, and from you have even some elements that are not Islamic at all, and elements are too much radical, and everything in between. This is what I'm seeing from the source I'm following, from the people that in the area, and I'm hearing the rhetoric, what they're saying. And I hope we both are wrong and everything is good, but I'm telling you, it's a very gray area. You can make it simplistic. Of course, it's your right, but it's not as simplistic as this.
Okay, so what's the complex? Explain the nuance to me. Like, explain all these groups and why they're all so different.
There's Salafi groups, there's non-religious groups, there's all kind of groups in different proportions. I don't have them, but it's a big mess. It's a big amalgam.
So explain some of these major groups and what are their priorities.
It's like you're telling me to explain the nuances of any country from the most extreme to the most not extreme or whatever. It's the whole spectrum. It's the whole spectrum. Political
let's
resistance.
move on. No, got this.
No, I can do it. I can do it.
It's not Iconon, but it's everything.
So I do. So because I'm not a Syrian, I'm not in that region. So no, I have a simplistic yet not so simple view. So easily you can break it into at least the three groups. To the three main forces that is there. Actually, you can say four, but let's say three. So the Kurds and the rest of those tribes are one group. They are part of the SDF. So they are mainly led by the YPG. So there's the one big group. So there are smaller tribes, led by the Kurds. So this group is in danger right now because they used to work with Assad. So now they're in deep shit. So then you have the SNA, which is actually backed by the Turkish. I still have doubts if they are all entirely Syrian people. I got a feeling that a big part of the forces is actually Turkish troops. So that is one big thing. And then you have the HTS. HTS is the amalgamation of what Nunya was talking about. It's like, and also what Nika is talking about. It's a lot of different groups inside, and there is actually other groups that is other than HTS, which I think they also joined the HTS in this offensive. So the HTS is, if you put it in the most simplest term, they are actually Islamic State. Plus Al Qaeda plus Al Nusra, in the simplest way to say it, and they are going to re-establish the Islamic State under a different name. That's what they're going to do. Because if you look at the way they acted, they're trying to be like a bit more mild version of the Islamic State, because they know that the last experiment was a failure. So they overdo it. So maybe this time around they tone down a bit, but they still do POW killings, and whatnot. And to the point where even the SNA complains about it, why you capture our soldiers and whatnot. So this war is not over yet. I'm 100% sure that they're going to fight again, because the SNA is not going to accept the HTS terms. HTS is going to build an Islamic State. The Kurds are not going to play along. And then the Israeli is like very happy with all these things, because now they can expand their country further and push the frontier further. United States is also very happy because I said there was 4 groups, because there's another group of fighters that is trained by the United States, and officially they are part of the SNA, but unofficially they are also more militant than they're more like terrorist group, like Al Qaeda type group. Yet they are also known as special forces for the SNA. So it's very confusing, and they're trained by the United States. Clearly, they are more US leaning than the rest of the HTS. So you do not know what is their real objective there as well. So and this is just a very simplistic view. Of course, there's a lot more than I think Nika is able to talk more about it. But I want to let Garcia to introduce himself first. Garcia.
Hello, good evening. Hopefully the microphone works now.
Don't
so my name.
Leave it. If you can hear you.
Hands up. Okay. Good. So I'm Garcia. I'm Angolan. I live in Angola. I do some blogging about Angolan politics and also some geopolitics for Angolan audience. So I don't do much to YouTube, only writing. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, we have another Angolan. No, we finally have the real Angolan, not the fake one.
Not the fake British one.
Oh, it's true. It's real.
Okay, Nika, can you expand on what I said, about the breakdown of the groups?
Yeah, it's 100% true. But even, for example, just a recent news, I know Jabhat al-Nusra, I know the names in Arabics. They appointed the previous minister to take control of the government until they sit down and figure out what they will do. This is a recent news, a part of what we are saying. But what you guys, what you said is very, very. It explains in a major, because even inside we don't know, because we are outside. We don't know what happened before the war, what consolidation happened, what group conceded, because even inside the Islamist groups, there is a lot of variety. There is a lot of ideas. there's Muslim Brotherhoods, for example. Those are categorized as Islamist. There is Al Qaeda. Those are categorized as Islamist, and both don't agree at all. So you have all the spectrum of the Islamists, which is very large if you know the Islamists' ideas. And a part of that, there's other groups, other political groups. They were, even before the revolution, were politically against the regime. All of those are, I input you. All those groups have like an agreement to not fight themselves. I don't know if they have an agreement for what happened afterward, but this is in a major way what happened. What's the groups there? But it's a mess. It's a shit show. I struggle to understand the nuances of each different group.
I would say it's a bit like a microcosm of the entire Middle East. It's like the whole Middle East squeezed into one country, and then that's what you have, the entire Islamic world.
Well, part of the problem, though, is that it literally is the case that so much of the Middle East is present in Syria. You have fighters all the way from militias from China fighting in that region. There's a whole battalion of Uyghur militants there based in Syria. So you have all these subgroups that have set up, just like it was in Afghanistan when you have kind of a a large civil war going on. People kind of come in and fight for the mujahideen from all over the world and then build these sub-organizations. And so, for example, I mean, yes, HTS may set up a new ISIS style state, but they fought ISIS too. If you remember that, they fought ISIS, they fought al-Nusra. So there was kind of an inter-Idlib civil war there for a while. And I think my theory as to why that is that if you look at what ISIS was, it came out of Iraq. It didn't come out of Syria. And so I've heard several interviews and discussions with the new leader of this HTS group, and he seems like he's a Syrian nationalist, not necessarily looking at a global caliphate, if that makes sense. He seems more focused on Syria itself and building the state of Syria. So that probably is the main difference. He's not necessarily trying to build and that's probably why the international community is more comfortable with him, because ISIS was looking at unifying things across borders, and that made everybody really nervous. And if you look, though, right now in the Kurdish-held territories like Deir ez-Zor, you're seeing a bunch of ISIS sympathizers now coming up and trying to release prisoners from what is it, SDF? Is that the right YPG, basically? Prisons, and there's riots and stuff going on. There was almost a fighting that broke out. So I don't know. Like I agree with you. It's going to continue beyond this, but I think that's, to say HTS is ISIS or similar to ISIS is probably, I don't know. They had their beefs amongst them.
Okay.
Just one remark. Just the issue of the foreign fighters. This is in every war. You have both sides will say that the other side have a next amount of foreign fighters. I don't say they don't have. Both sides have foreign fighters. Both sides have it, but for propaganda sake, we don't know the real numbers. It can be tens of thousands, it can be some thousands, it can be hundreds. We don't even know, because both sides use this as a propaganda tool to disqualify disqualify the other party. It's like what Russian Ukrainian conflict. Everyone is claiming that the other side have a large amount of foreigners fighting with them. So it's the same thing, but we cannot know. We don't have any means to know the actual numbers of fighters, foreign fighters, in which part. That's what I want to say.
Nika, on the latest and the last interview that Really UIM did, I think the guy was also fighting for Syria in the past. But from ACS, I think I am a little bit concerned. I saw a lot of video of executions military executions?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
it
think
happened.
it's going to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
very democratic. I am afraid it's going to be turned to a very strict Islamic state. The future of Syria, I am very afraid of these guys. These are not official armies, so these are like just rebels. I'm going to call them now rebels, but I'm more thinking at the terrorist pattern like ISIS.
But
I am
the government.
very concerned for that one. And you see also video footage now. A lot of Syrian people are fleeing to Turkish border with their cars. There's like very big traffic jams for the moment at the Turkish border. So I think even the Syrian citizens are not on their they
A
are.
lot.
It's not really looking good. But my question is more like, who's involved? Israel is going inside. Turkey is involved. ACS, what is that? Is that the separatist groups? But if you're looking like all these, they don't take prisoners. That's like my, and not the other groups, or the ISIS guys going to prisons and just opening every fucking door. So they are putting rapers outside. They're putting, they are putting criminals outside. I don't know. How can we be? Do we need to start to be concerned? Because eventually, if you free prisoners, they're going to flee the country also. They're not going to stay in Syria. And we're going to have new killers, terrorists, dangerous people going to the open borders of Europe. We can be very angry about Trump saying like, oh, he wants to close his borders, but the guy's fucking right, because he's just avoiding to have this type of people entering. Who the fuck do they deliver in these prisons?
Well, forget about the people in the prisons. What about the 4 million people in the camps in Turkey? Where are they going to go now? Right?
Yeah.
Turkey's trying
a lot of people.
We need
a
a
lot
new
of
UN agency like the Palestinians. We need a totally new agency. Just for them.
A lot of people came back to Syria too. There's two sides. I'm telling you, you need to see the both sides of coins. You're just seeing one side of media. I'm trying to see both sides because I understand both sides.
Speaking both.
A lot of people coming inside Syria too, because they have like tents in northwest Syria. They have like city tents because they were kicked out of their homes. A lot of people were coming back to their homes too. There is a portion that fled away because they were allied to the government. But about the killing too, the killing is there's crimes on both sides. That's what you need to see too. It's not like the government is angels and they didn't do it. Both sides are doing some crimes. It's
the government now in Syria is done. It's gone.
Yeah, I understand.
We don't need to take the past. No, we don't. We need to try to avoid to take the past now, and now looking to the present for the future. That's the most important we need to discuss now. What's going to be the future of Syria? What are the dangers happening now? All the things. I'm not watching the normal media about Syria because I didn't watch nothing until now on the normal media. I was talking with you this morning about Syria. I was listening to you. I learned a lot. Thank you for that. During the chat on the DPA. And I watching all the stuff on Telegram. I see. And for me, what I'm really busy watching is a little bit concerning. I am trying to learn. For me, the Syrian conflict is something new. What's happening now is totally new. I was like until a few days ago, actually 2 days ago, I was thinking like, okay, still happening again. Problems in Syria. Been there, done that, happens again. And suddenly Assad is flying away over the country. They're taking everything. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? You know what I mean? It's concerning to have something like that,
Think about the
there's fingers. There's 3 fingers up downstairs.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But 3 of us were holding fingers.
This is finger oppression. No, it's evil.
Just a small comment. I say I'm not trying to give excuses or something. Yeah, I saw those videos too. I'm deeply concerned about those. But even in the war now in Russia and Ukraine, both sides doing some crimes, and it was videoed by video footage. Even a Russian army and Ukrainian army, which are, for example, I will take the Russian army because I think it's more organized, more hierarchically organized, and there is some crimes. You cannot like prevent those acts from happening, even with a well-organized army. Imagine if it's like in Syria, it's rebel groups and stuff. It's unpreventable. But is it systematic? Is it approved by the hierarchy? This is what needs to be investigated. So watching some videos will not give you anything. It will just prove that it exists, which everyone knows it exists. I saw them. I hope those are limited. I want the country to be at peace. I don't want those acts to be widespread, but we'll see. We'll see the future. We'll see the acts, how they will react. Their reaction will let us see in the future if those are limited or systematic. I think Garcia is next, or Leo, one of those. Garcia or Leo is next.
Choose one.
Yes. Okay. War is always brutal, and you cannot win a war just with competent people or just good people. Any war, you always recruit brutal people because you need them to do the dangerous things. Even in Africa, in Angola, has been like this in the war that we had in the Civil War. That's a brief comment. Now on. I lost. Okay, I'm still here. So one comment I have is that what does this new Syria situation says about the BRICS, right? Because in the past, a lot of people were enthusiastic about BRICS, and I think the way Assad collapsed very fast, despite having the support of the two major members of the BRICS, tells me that it's not such a very strong alliance as people were thinking, right? Because even here, people were saying that the president of Angola should go and ask for membership of the BRICS because it is the future. But if you have the best weapons in the world with Russia, unlimited money with China supposedly, and fanatic fighters from Iran, and you cannot steal all the line, it tells me that there is no cohesion. That was my comment. Thank you.
I was going to say that the situation as it stands right now is that you have Turkey that wants to seize its pound of flesh in Syria, Israel, Hezbollah, the YPG. The United States is going to keep its base there, it sounds like. They're not leaving. So if you are now the leader of the HTS faction, you're surrounded by wolves on all sides. There is no way to fight your way out of this with 30,000 soldiers, because everybody around you is going to take a piece of your country, or what you see as your country. So I expect his only option is to kind of play nice, at least initially, and try to get public support to get legitimacy to perhaps even reintegrate YPG held territories and things like that, to try to get some Turkish backing. Because otherwise I don't foresee him having the ability to really govern that area when you've got people pressing in from all directions.
Leo.
Okay, so please, guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll try to be as short as possible. Just please don't interrupt. I ask you to go back 2 programs. When I first appeared on the show, there were some people who were extremely angry at what I was saying, especially in the chat. They were calling me names. And even here, people were telling me that I don't understand about Putin because Putin is playing 4D chess. He's so smart, he will never drop a piece. What I was saying is that there will be, time after time, new and new territory where they will challenge him. Like I said, it could be Transnistria, it could be Syria, it could be Georgia, it could be Kazakhstan. It is precisely what Russia is doing against Ukraine on the front right now. Russia has in total more forces. So it's opening up a new front, a new front, a new front. And it's the same thing that US is doing towards Russia, because Russia doesn't have the resources to cover this every front. And now I know that there are some people who are still very mad at me. I'm very ready to hear everything about 4D chess, about how smart Putin is, and about how he will not drop the ball.
The fake Angolan is here.
The real one.
Hey, fake Angolan.
Falso.
I'm the
Fight,
real
fight.
Okay, before
I
your fight first.
I just came here because of that. What? Peace taker.
Okay, we let Desi introduce himself first. Desi, please introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi guys. I'm Desi from India, and I'm basically helping White with the videos that are being uploaded after the live streams and all. And I've recently started watching DPA Open Mic from episode 99, I guess. And big fan of all you guys. And I just wanted to add that wouldn't this current development in Syria, wouldn't it also be very detrimental to Turkey itself, despite Turkey playing a very pivotal role, having Al Qaeda, quote unquote Al Qaeda, the HTS front, right at your back door? It is not very good for your stability. So, what do you guys think about the future of stability in the region vis-a-vis Turkey?
So I just want to clarify. So Desi is actually helping me with the open mic videos, the clips. The problem is me. I don't have time to upload the videos. So I still have a lot of videos to upload. So yeah, Nika.
Why you were
I don't
working
think-
with your kids from Bangladesh normally, no?
No, I'm living right at the Bangladesh border. I'm from Calcutta.
Nice.
Wow,
Yeah.
nice city.
Nice.
Yeah,
Welcome.
so racist, man, Mr. Lambo.
Do we pay him?
Yeah.
Yes. I get paid well.
Okay.
I'm a student.
If you have problems, concerns, you can go to us. We're going to help you. I think the ass of Wyatt is not good with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't
Also,
savory,
no.
Let's move on.
Because boss
Let's
want to
move
talk.
on.
So yeah, move on. Super chat. No, JN super chatter. Do you think Latakia and Tartarus and the east of the Euphrates could break off with the rest and align with the Russians and the United States, respectively? Yeah, you guys answer.
You know, I want.
Yeah, go. It's okay.
Boss.
Go.
Yeah, I want to move to Garcia. I want to ask him about Sleep Joe. He just left Angola. But before we talk about Sleep Joe in Angola, I'm getting the vibe that Nika is happy with the people that just took over Syria. That's the vibe I'm getting from you. I've been getting this vibe on WhatsApp group from you.
Nika, you need to put your teardrops.
Yeah, I don't know how clear I was until now. Listen, the situation is fucked up. It's chaotic.
Yeah, it is.
No one knows what will happen. Even that. Listen, you need to understand.
No, we know.
A lot of. No. You would be simplistic, and you would be very simplistic if you think you would know, because even the people who win don't know what's happening, because it was a surprise to everyone, to the government forces, to all the groups that fighting there, to the powers, to the CIA, to the Americans, to the Russians. Everyone was surprised. Everyone don't know what happened. How it was very quick. The collapse were very quick. I don't think even the forces who invaded, just imagine they will go to Damascus in this period. It is chaotic. We don't know nothing. The person who will tell you who know something, he's just damn lying. Even top official, I don't think they know something. We have maybe they have some more information than us, but other than this, no one knows shit because
That,
it was
you know,
deep in. And I'm not happy and or sad because the situation isn't clear. I don't know if the people will be safe or not. I don't know if it will turn up to be worse than Al-Assad or I don't know. I just don't know. That's why I want to say from the start. It's very chaotic, very confused. The people who think it's very simple, this is good guys, this is the bad guys, and it's a Marvel movie, they can think of that. But I don't think that.
Mika, I'm not saying that Assad was a good guy. The only thing I know about Assad is come from BBC or CNN. Trust me, it's no good thing. Yeah. You are from Tunisia, if I'm not wrong. Yes? So you should know what's going to happen to Syria. Because your neighbor, Libya, is the good example of what's going to happen to
There's
Syria.
multiple examples. Yeah, there's a multiple examples. There's our example in Tunisia.
Syria is the biggest example. Your country had the same problem a few years ago.
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I didn't say
Egypt
what happened.
had the same problem a few years ago.
Yeah, but you need to understand this situation. The main cause of this situation is the Assad himself, his regime, because it was so much corrupted, so much power focus. He led the country to this situation. It's his fault. I don't see Swiss people revolt about the government and take arms, even if they are encouraged by outsiders. His regime, the way he conducted the country, I would be happy if he conducted the country in a good way and stayed in power. I don't care if he prospered the country, the Syrian country, or I don't give a fuck about the names. I care about the people, how they live, how they, yeah. The way he conducted the way he conducted the country leaded to this situation, leaded that foreign entities can meddle with them, led to corruption, led to poverty, led to every situation. He was in power for him and his brother, his father were in power.
Mika, you see my point. You see my point. What do you think is gonna happen when your country is under cession from the United States of America?
What happened did happen, man. What happened did happen. We cannot change it. But you need to understand, those guys are not the good guys. Those guys are not the good guys.
I'm not saying they are the good guys, but when
that's
you
what
are
I'm
under
saying.
session, you know, I'm African myself, like you. You know, there is a country in Africa, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe got potential to be a good country, but because of United States of America, all these embargoes, look at them. And there is a lot of countries like that.
But maybe what I hope, this is my hope. Maybe you cannot make an omelet if you don't break some eggs. This is what I mean. Maybe this confusion, maybe this fuckery, maybe in 5-10 years, it will result in a good thing. I don't know. I hope so. Because this is what I have. I hope so.
Tell me one country. Tell me one country that the CIA put their hands on. Tell me one country the CIA put their hands on. Now it's good. Just one. Even if it's a fucking island. Please go on.
I know. I need to be hopeful. Otherwise, I will cut my my arms. I have hope in my life. Otherwise, there is no hope in living. You need to have hope. What we have else to do? The situation is shitty.
You know,
the situation is confusing. No party is like a clear good party. So you don't know anything. We don't know anything.
I'm not saying that you like these people that just took over. I'm just saying that you are happy Assad left. You know, it's like, yeah, you are happy because he left.
The situation, I even cannot say I'm happy or not. Because there's a lot of interrogation.
Now you're gonna see what's gonna happen straight away. The same thing that happened to Libya, it's gonna happen to Syria. There's
I
no
mean,
doubt
it's
about it.
already kind of it's already on Libya level destruction. I mean, it's not like
Yeah,
things were
but there
great.
is a big news actually. U.S. Central Command conducts dozens of airstrikes to eliminate ISIS camps in central Syria. So major air offensive begins against ISIS in Syria. Over 75 targets hit so far. I think it's a NATO coup.
Wait,
All
ISIS
these countries around Syria.
Israel, Turkey, no, USA is actually busy targeting things. Terrorists was very good in Syria.
Those
I
are
think though
probably
that if you look at
Happened. What
I
is
think
and super
that
happening?
chat. WTF
it's pretty
just happened in
obvious
South
though.
Korea. I actually forgot about South Korea. I should have put it in the
It
title. I
exists.
totally
It
forgot
was so
about it.
fast.
Who cares? Who
30
cares about
minutes
South
advance.
Korea? South Korea is only important
It's
because of
serious
North
fault.
Korea.
No, I forgot about South
No,
Korea.
but
I don't
it's
know
major
what the
news.
fuck happened in
Wyatt.
South Korea, but it was like chicken, 30 seconds finished.
But Syria is U.S. strikes now. Okay, something is happening, Wyatt. I don't know.
I
So
just
many
got
things happening and so little time, Wyatt. I don't know.
yeah, I just got shocked because I forgot about South Korea. Then I realized this whole fucking week is crazy. We have the whole headlines. Everybody just South Korea, South Korea, South Korea. Then after that, Syria, Syria, Syria. Then after that, it's like
Yeah, but we are busy talking
Crazy.
Syria. That so Korea thing can wait.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
We're not going to change
can you-
topics.
You know this
Can you
thing is
imagine?
happening in South,
No,
in South
wait. Can
Korea.
you imagine
No,
imagine you are
boss.
Zelensky. Imagine how you feel if you are Zelensky. You
He's
cannot get
crying
back the
now.
headlines.
He's crying now. He's crying. There's no media
He's
covering him.
crying.
The poor guy.
What else do I need to do?
Oh,
to
he
get
had
the
his
headlines
attention
back?
yesterday in Paris. Don't
At
worry.
least,
He
at
had
least
his
he
cup
got,
of
at
tea
least he got a
yesterday.
selfie with Macron and Trump. He's happy. He loves the media. So
Don't worry about that. He's
Nothing
happy.
ever happened, guys, are really in Chandos this week. Nothing ever happens. History is finished.
yeah, you guys, if you don't mind, I just would
I
like
mind.
talk about. I would love to talk about Angola. With
No, you're still busy
Garcia.
about Syria. Come on, boss. You can't wait to that. No, don't. No, we're going to stop the topic of Syria. Is it finished? I don't know if, but
Mr. Lambo, fuck off.
yeah, you
Desi,
you with your BBC media.
finger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jesse.
That's it.
yeah, I wanted to like chime in about Nika. But I really want, no offense to Nika, but I don't think HTS taking over. If they do take over and something more dramatic doesn't happen, I do not think it will be better than the Assad regime, because the leader of HTS, I forgot his name, the Al Jabalani or something. He has categorically said that he is not gonna pursue a nationalistic, outlook of the Sharia law, like how Taliban is following in Afghanistan. Like he has categorically rejected the idea of Qataria, and he has redoubled on the concept of Islamic pan nationalism. So I have I have a feeling that if they consolidate their power within Syria, they will extend outwards towards Iraq. Yeah, probably most likely towards Iraq, but a very good possibility also towards Turkey, into Lebanon, maybe Jordan. Who knows? And it cannot be good. I don't think it's gonna have a very stable outcome for the region, and it's gonna be categorically worse than the Assad regime.
Call who is next. If not, they're gonna fight.
Dunya.
I don't know. I think the cynic in me says that this was already agreed to by the various parties. I think you're seeing Israel is going to go into the Golan Heights. They're already doing that now. I think eventually the plan will be go in and take Lebanon as well. So that might be a few years down the road or whatever. Then on the east, I think that the US/Kurd region they're going to try to secure that, and then HTS is going to take the rest. Now, the real question that I have is, for some reason, these Western governments like America, they always think that they can control these nut jobs. And history has proven that they never have. So the way I kind of see this is, you know, and I think it was said in the chat, Libya 2.0. This is another Libya situation for sure, where, as Nika said, you're going to have all these competing interests. They're not going to be aligned, and you're just going to see a big shit show happen. So, and that's why I keep saying I don't think this will end up well for anybody, because you're not dealing with, you're dealing with an ideological group with HTS, and that's not going to end well. Who's next? Go ahead. I don't know who's next. Brandon.
Well, I was just going to say that's why I really think, you know, I know this may be unpopular. It sounds like it is, but it feels like the incentives for HTS are to try to play nice with as many ethnic minorities as possible, because if he doesn't do that, he's going to lose the country to all these wolves that are circling him. And he seems to have a little bit of a moment here in the Western media. It seems like people kind of seem to like the way that he's speaking. And so he might get at least a degree of autonomy to form a government. I don't know. It seems like there might be, and if you look at some of the speeches and things that people are doing there, not just him, but just people that have been liberated from prisons, it really does seem like there's a sentiment of, let's not do revenge. We've had enough killing. Let's try to do something good. Now, that we've seen that tried a million times, and it sometimes usually fails, but I think there is a sentiment there like, hey, let's rebuild the country, because if we don't do this, we're going to lose the whole country. I mean, the YPG is holding all their oil fields. I mean, that's the only way that they're going to be able to get foreign capital right away is oil. Syria doesn't have a ton of resources in that area. So like, they're going to have to negotiate, and the U.S. is sitting right on top of those reserves. So I don't know. I feel like HTS has some motivation and incentive to play nice. Maybe that's just me, but
I think they'll be fine as long as they don't threaten Israel. As long as they play ball with Israel, there's gonna be no problem with HTS.
Yeah, let's see for Bigari. He always got something interesting to say. Go on. Polish.
Yeah, respect the finger.
Sorry, Ukrainian.
You respect
okay.
Garcia was before you.
No.
No, let the Gary go first. I'll talk later.
Okay, people are saying that it will be like Libya, but the difference will be that Syria will not stay in the borders, the same borders it was before. Libya stayed in the same recognized borders. Israel already occupied more territory. Turkey will take territory. We will see what happens with the Kurdish parts, because there is already fighting there, and all the talk is that HTS is playing nice. Let's look at the situation that is on the ground, because talk is one thing, and how his militia terrorists behave is another thing. They are taking women as slaves from Kurdish lands. They are killing Syrian generals. They say he committed suicide, but he was beaten up. Like, I don't know who beats himself up and then commits suicide. I don't know. Maybe somebody does. Situation on the ground is not the same as what like they talk. They want to play nice. They like Western government. Like, we need to remember that HTS is still on the website of CIA, listed as a terrorist group, by the way. But they are rebels now, opposition, etc. Right now, people in Syria, like I know some people in Dubai who like working with Syrians, and they are all happy that Assad is gone. And there is a reason for that, because Assad was a scumbag that didn't care about people, and that's why his army didn't fight for him. Because everyone know, like Iranian intelligence services notified Assad that the HTS is going for Aleppo, and everybody knew, but nothing was done. Why? Because army betrayed him, because they didn't care for him. anymore, because he treated his army and his people like second, third class citizens, and only the corruption was so fucking strong. But right now, what I'm saying is like a honeymoon period. People are happy that Assad is gone, and they're like, oh yeah, now Syria will come back to the people. No, infighting will begin like really soon. Fighting with Kurds already begun. Israel already invaded outside of Golan Heights and took some territory, creating the buffer zone. Then when I don't like, I'm pretty sure that like fame will go into Jolani and his HTS group, and there will be some rift with Turkey, and Turkey will have to rein them in, and it is a big possibility. So, and what's happened with the Kurds who are backed by US and they're already fighting? It's another big question. So, like saying one thing, like what was Brandon saying, like he is playing nice, blah blah blah. How he can control his Islamist jihadist on the ground with saying nice to the CNN and all that stuff, because they like yeah sure man, but they're committing crimes, and people like on the ground will see that, and the the process will start rolling, and the civil war will begin with another intensity. So, and Syria will be divided into several like it will not just stay in the recognized borders as we see now. It will collapse. That's my prediction.
So
Who was
Brandon?
it was Garcia.
He's gone.
He's gone. Then Leo.
Then
Hi. So let me go back once again to where we were 2 weeks ago. If we try to stay out of the emotions and try to be chess players, this move about overpowering Russia by creating as many as possible points of tensions has clearly paid off for Russia big time. I mean, for enemies of Russia big time. They have been able to take over Syria extremely quickly, efficiently, and Russia lost big time. If there is a move that has been made, if you're a chess player and you see that this move works and it works extremely successful, it would be foolish not to expect that this move will be repeated again and again. So now pretty much anywhere on the globe, there will be attempts to repeat the success in Syria by powers who hate Putin.
It has nothing to do with Putin. Russia is still active there. They still have their air force there. Erdogan also stated that one of the biggest powerful men is himself and Putin. I don't think that Russia is going to leave any soon Syria. I don't know why you try every time to come with that one. You have an obsession with Putin. That's something we know. I'm not to criticize you. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to even be angry. It's just to let you understand you're busy about Syria. And if you know the situation now in Syria, we have any reports that Russia is really evacuating Syria. So Putin didn't lose nothing. He didn't lose nothing for the moment. The only thing he can lose is the Russian fighters. If he leaves Syria with nothing in his hands, because he was just helping out Syria, he's going to he can have maybe a demoralization about his own troops that was fighting there, because yes, they had some casualties, they lost some planes, they lost some machinery, they had some dead people there. There's not going to be the biggest blast for Russia for the moment. Now you're seeing like Turkey involved in Syria, good friend of Putin. Israel going inside of Syria, always want to do it. I don't see really what's going to happen. You don't need to forget that that Russia also was helping against the terrorism in Syria and the other countries. That's why also they came to Syria to help out, to put everybody out, these evil bastards out. Russia, for the moment, we don't have any footage, any proof that they are even leaving the country. So I don't know why the chess game about Ukraine, you can speak about that later, but Syria for the moment, I don't know. Bigari?
Again?
Bigari.
I think it's me.
Garcia.
It was first, I think. And
Garcia,
then was Garcia and
Yeah.
then Jules.
Sorry, the mute button and the leave the chat button is too close. But I think Leo has a point about the Putin comment, because losing allies is always bad in a war, especially in a war where you need to evade sanctions, right? And I think last year Putin made comments about that he will put Tinzals in the Mediterranean, based in Syria. So if you lose an air base in the Mediterranean, I think that's major, right? That's and all the lives that invested into Syria lost for nothing. I think that's major. And also, yes, interventions in Africa will need an air base to fly to Africa. It cannot fly through Europe. So it doesn't mean that it's like a terrible total loss, but it is a loss. And I read on Twitter some comments that Ukrainian intelligence was involved in planning this offensive. So if Ukrainian intelligence is involved, it's a cost, right? Because of course they will do anything to try to damage Russia, but at least they try to do things that are damaging, right?
And do you believe in that
And
bullshit?
about the comment that, sorry?
Do you believe in that bullshit
If I believe,
that Ukrainian intelligence was involved in that thing? Ukrainian intelligence is busy.
Ukraine has been in Sudan. They've been all over. They've been fighting Syria or Russia wherever they could. I don't see. I mean, you've seen them teaching the Sudanese government's military how to operate drones and everything. I wouldn't put it past them. It doesn't take a huge group of people. You send 10, 15 people down there to train and set up the system. It's not hard.
and of course we will know for sure in a couple of years that it's not behind.
That's CIA.
Sorry, can you let me finish my point?
Sorry, Garcia.
Yes. So about what Daisy was talking about, a kind of new Islamic State situation of HTS invading or creating a bigger Islamic State. I don't think it's possible this time. First of all, because they don't have much troops. I think they were saying that at the beginning of this offensive, people were confident that Assad will beat it back because he was only 20,000, 30,000, and then Russian aviation. That was the sentiment at the beginning, right? So they don't have enough people to control Syria based on normal military tactics. And the people they can recruit, the Syrians, seems to already have war fatigue. Plus, which vector they are going to invade? To the east, the Kurds are protected by the US. To the north, there is the Syrian National Army, there is Turkey. To the south, to Israel, I don't think so. To Lebanon, there is no space, right? So there is no vector of expansion, I think, this time. I think, like the others were saying, a situation not total shit show like Libya, but more like a partition, some continuous civil war for some time until there's some division. I think that's more likely for what is going to happen in the future, right? And I think the next on the menu, I think is going to be Hezbollah, because they lost their biggest ally and the biggest supply chain, right? So maybe they will not be totally destroyed, but rein in, and they will maybe continue to exist, but in a much limited capacity, right? And also Hamas, I think, is completely finished now, because if they cannot at least have the second front open against Israel in the north, so there is no point in Hamas continuing fighting, right? So I yield the floor. Thank you.
To whom? To whom you lead the floor? You need to name.
To the strongest.
It was Bigari and then Juro after that. First Bigari and after that Juro.
Okay, I will be quick.
Yeah.
the point, what Russia lost. The biggest loser in this, by the way, is Iran, not Russia. Russia lost only
I agree.
reputational. Russia lost only reputationally because their ally got overthrown. Military bases still intact and will still be intact because they will come to the agreement with the HTS and military bases will stay. Because HTS is not that powerful to fuck with Russia. Like Russia doesn't have enough people on the ground, but if they want to, they will supply and they will stay in Zalatakia. And why would people fuck with that? I don't know. Why Iran lost? Because what they call axis of resistance is supremely weakened right now. Because weapons to Lebanon, to Hezbollah were supplied through Syria, and now this road is cut off. So the weapon supply will be extremely fucked, and continuing the resistance against Israel will be really undermined. And Iran also lost politically because you need to understand what was the situation in Syria. Like Russia is a big ally of Assad, but on the ground, Iran was the second in charge of the Assad government. The same was in Aleppo. Aleppo was in Iranian responsibility. They didn't have they were stretched even more than Russia with all the shit, and they could not they provided security intelligence, but they don't have people on the ground. And if Syrian army doesn't fight, there is no point. So Iran is a big loser. Also playing the game against Iran in the Caucasus and in the Middle Asia. And that Iran is the biggest loser. Russia lost reputationally, but let me tell you, Russia doesn't really care about reputation. They care about results. So all that stuff is slightly irrelevant.
Good statements.
Yura.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Leo, if I may, I apologize for Lambo for attacking you and for Prata for the last time. They want to impose their opinion on you. You know, don't worry about them. But I would want to get you to stop talking about, surrounding Russia with troubles, because we know all we know about that plan for a long time, right? I mean, personally, for last 15 years, I know about it, and I was expecting it. And so, but everybody accepts, they know that Russia is getting surrounded with troubles. Those are long-term developments. It's nothing recent. You explaining as something recent, but it's not, So if you can just accept that we know all about that, what you're trying to present it, and just join our discussion, what we're discussing, how that develops throughout. So, I would appreciate it. But what I wanted to say, Nika, you have a lot of knowledge about what's going on, relationships in Syria, but the world needs a more simplistic approach, because we cannot just go with so much details. Yeah, it's a total chaos, but what unifies those groups? Who is
Listen,
training them?
just 1
Finance.
second.
No,
If
don't
you
interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please. Who is training and financing them? That's what unifies this group and puts it in a leadership position. What we see in this how they succeeded, it was pretty much after Hama, but even before Hama, they took Hama. It was a lot of civilians joining in with one armed or two armed people, but there was civilians going against the checkpoints. That already they call them sleeper cells. They call them, but after Hama, it was massive. We see that it was civilians that were there, actually rushing and taking the statues, taking weapons that these guys left, and then it's a total chaos. So that's why Al-Julani is talking soft, nice. He's talking to those people. He's not talking to us. He's not talking to the world. He's talking to those people, those civilians that are taking weapon, that are not member of any armed organization. He wants them under him. That's why he talking nice, talking soft. Okay, he wants them to join him because it's like all groups of civilians, anyone that has a weapon and that wants to kill someone, wants to fuck someone, wants to rape a bunch of women and take 10 wives. That's what they do now. Okay, that's what they will be doing now: stealing, looting, raping, taking 10 wives. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going on, because there's no enough police or no military to keep that from the civilian chaos. Okay, so I would say, who weaponized and organized HTS? Who gave him a financial support? It was Ukrainians and Turkey, both. Right?
Yes, you're correct.
Both.
It was not the U.S.
Which
It was
says,
not CIA.
It was U.S.
All right.
Once in history,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Once in history.
Okay.
I just want to say, people so fucking overestimate Ukrainian intelligence. It's not even funny right now, man. It's not even fucking funny right now.
Okay.
Ukrainian is more powerful than CIA right now.
No, come on, Bigari. When I said Ukrainians, that means they were sending those guys into Ukraine to help them. They weren't sending huge number of people into Syria to train them. They were sent to Ukraine to be trained, to watch and be trained. That's what I meant by it. So it was United States organizing all that, right? And Turkey supplying the weapons and artillery, ISR. Well, also Turkey is supplying an ANS with people also, and probably Syrian refugees, sending them back to attack. Okay, and there's the Kurds, right? But there's also in Dara province, south of Damascus, there's also completely different independent that was Israeli supported, right? So how it's going to turn out? It seems like Damascus is being taken by civilians with the support of those Dara militants, which not going to resist, if Israeli wants to take over Damascus, which is their desire, right? It's Israeli desire to take Damascus. But what's happening with HTS? But Israeli are bombing warehouses and ammo supplies, right, in around Damascus and in their resort by Euphrates over there by the oil fields. Why? Because they don't want HTS or just simple civilians to take the weapons left off and go and kick off the Kurds, right? Take the oil. They don't want that. So the US and Israeli wants Kurds to keep the left side of Euphrates, but Turkey doesn't. Turkey wants it, right? Turkey wants those oil.
Can I ask a question? So I think I'm the only American in the chat right now. Is that true?
Yes.
So what's interesting to me is that if you remember back during the first Trump administration, when he asked, why are there U.S. soldiers in Syria? We don't have a declared, war there. We don't have why are they there? Pull them out. His generals lied to him and told him to keep, we pulled them out, and they didn't. It was a treasonous act. I think a lot of us in America view that as a treasonous act. But it's interesting that all of this has kind of cut loose right now, because I think it's Trump's intention this time, I'm certainly listening to the people that are around him, to make sure that happens this time. And the whole purpose, if you see why the U.S. base was located where it is, it's on the main highway through Iraq, through the Shia-controlled territories of Iraq, into Syria, which then can supply Hezbollah. And you can say, well, that the Israelis want that position covered, and they can't cover it themselves, but the U.S. can. It gives the U.S. a position to kind of provide some air support to the YPG in their fight for ISIS. It has some of those, those benefits. But I think, if the U.S. brass, whoever it is that is orchestrating all of this, says, okay, we're probably going to have to leave here, and it's probably best that we do anyways. Trump's probably right about that. What's the best way that we can cut off Hezbollah, isolate Iran? We're going to maybe approach these guys at HTS and say, all right, let's make a deal. You're and this is going to, with Turkish backing, let's shut off the supply corridor as best that we can. And we'll, as long as you play nice and you don't go off and start massacring a Christian village or something and getting some bad publicity, we're going to let you go ahead and make your move. That seems plausible to me anyway, because I think the U.S. is ready to get out of there.
By the way, you're not the only American here. Nunya.
Oh, sorry, Nunya. I thought you were Canadian.
My British, Vaj, you're my British friend.
I'm not fucking British.
Oh, you will expect a bomb from Nunya, Brandon. It's dangerous to do that.
Sorry.
We're the 51st state. It's all good.
Nunya.
See, he is Canadian. I knew it.
Yeah. But basically,
you guys can't tell. You guys can't tell the difference.
He cares more about New York than Toronto. So.
No, I mean they're the same to me. I'm not from that region.
No, guys, this isn't a country anymore. It's
New
not
York's
a country anymore.
New York's a foreign country as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Canada's not a country anymore.
I live in Indiana, man.
But it's the same difference.
Ah, right, the 51st state. Yeah, Trump said it.
Who wants
so
next?
happy when
Nessie?
Nunya was happy when he saw that tweet from Trump.
If you're talking shit, then I will talk.
Yeah, be very good.
But you understand my point, right? Like,
yeah, I understand your point.
Like,
but I want to expand on that point.
Go ahead.
Like, we always want to dig deeper and find some conspiracy theories, why that country want to do that, blah, that. Why is Israel waging war against Palestine and now occupying part of Syria? Let's remember the first objective of war: gain territory. Okay, Israel wants to gain territory because Israel is a small country, and then they want to expand the territory of the country. That's the first objective. I don't want to listen to all the fucking bullshit. They're fighting Hamas, blah blah blah. They want to expand the territory that they control, to settle the territory with Israelis, and expand the territory and the population. Why is U.S. in the Syria? Not to fight ISIS, not to help Israel against Hezbollah. They are in Syria because Syria has oil. I don't know why it's so fucking hard to understand. Like, they want to control the oil fields, and that's the first objective. And when Trump said himself that we are controlling the oil fields, it's the Trump words.
Yeah.
Why digging deeper? Somewhere digging deeper when everything is on the fucking surface, man.
The US base is also built around the oil fields in Syria, I agree. But at the same time, I think Euroda did have a point, because if you've seen History Legends video on the counteroffensive, I'm not saying that the Ukrainian...
Sorry, I will say... Sorry, Desi, I will say, and I will give you word to you. Everything Brandon said has its own merit, but it's secondary and on top of everything. Main objective is oil. People, like, why do we have the fucking green energy bullshit? Because it started in the late 1980s to make countries in the West energy independent and protect the energy. dependency on countries from the third world that have oil. People fight for energy with the fucking. They will do anything to get the hands on the energy, on oil, gas, everything. And like it's the top priority. I don't understand why we dig in deep. Everything else is also valid, but it's secondary.
It's more profitable to import energy rather than
I need to respond to
producing
that.
your own.
Because the United States
Brandon, stop.
Sorry.
You can wait for Desi. Desi, you're kind of talking from the barrel. Your sound is not that great. If you can improve a little bit, get the mic up.
I just wanted to.
You're too far from the microphone.
I just wanted to respond to that. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. The United States, we are in the position and have been for some time of making decisions, not just, and I know it's, again, we've talked about oversimplifications. The United States is not in the position of needing Syrian oil. The reason that we occupied the oil fields was to starve this Assad regime of capital, because that was the one thing, that was really the only resource that they could trade on the open market for the cash that they needed. They didn't have that. And once we isolated that and put it essentially under YPG control, that was the whole strategy, was to isolate the Assad regime, just like we did in Libya. Now, we are pretty much energy independent in the United States at this point. That's something that for 10 or 15 years now, our calculation is not necessarily, we could literally isolate ourselves. And there's even been some talk of that in the Trump administration about just simply banning oil exports from the United States and doing everything domestically, and screw the rest of the world's oil market. So I'm not sure we're there. I'm not sure we're there for oil like some people have said it was the Iraq
Sorry,
war,
Brandon.
but I'm not convinced.
Sorry, Brandon. I think you have to get some information about the oil industry in the US. It's not 100% sustainable. The oil type that they produce is not useful for them. So they actually import a lot of oil from other countries and they resell their oil. But the US is not, because there are different types of oil that produce different types of fuels. So there is a need in the US for different type of oils. And this is obvious because the US is still a very big buyer of oil from other countries. From Ecuador, which is a very bad oil, but they buy a lot of it. From even they were buying oil from Russia until very recently. Why? Because Russia produces a lot of diesel.
They still buying.
Yeah, through India.
From Russia, still buying.
Yes, so the US has a problem with refining oil. It's very, very well known. And their distilleries are old, aged, and whatever. And the oil that the US is actually exploring in big quantities is coming out from the shale sands. So it doesn't have the quality, or you can't be used in the same way as other oils. So it's not true that the US is completely independent energetically. In the terms of plus and minus, yes, it is true. But in terms of necessity, they still need other countries.
You'd have to convince me that the Syrian oil fields were of a unique quality then to justify our presence.
No, you were right. No, you were right. I didn't comment on that. I didn't comment on that. On that, you are right. It's about cutting the ability of the Assad regime to survive, or even to finance the operation by itself, because it's quite costly. And yeah, they manage. That's not into question. I just question the idea that the US is such a wonderful lady that doesn't need nobody.
So I wouldn't go that far.
So I want to cut in to just say some super chats, which didn't have a chance to say. Let's save to get the BPA a seat in the UN. Yeah, I'm not a country, so I'm never going to get a seat in the UN.
We got someone who lives in New York, and he's African.
True.
So
me neither, and I'm here.
Or maybe he's just talking about going there as a guest just to watch them talk nonsense for like hours. So the FE wrote, Syria should have been anticipated. Assad, the wife, diagnosed with leukemia, battled with cancer before. So perhaps Assad was tired. Possible. And
yes,
welcome
it's well
to
known
be a
that he
YouTube
was
member.
tired.
And one last one is the 2 million more refugees for Germany before election.
No, not yet.
A German or Denmark? That's Denmark. DE is Denmark.
No, the
D is Germany.
No.
Yes,
DK.
Number plate, yes, but not a name.
DK is
Yeah.
Denmark.
DK is
About
Deutschland.
Effie is very right, and this has been anticipated in many reasons. The economical situation in Syria was a calamity, was getting really difficult, both to transfer money in or get money out. The people were not paying the soldiers correctly. It was a mess. It was becoming more and more of a mess. And the fact that the wife of Assad was very sick with leukemia, being treated in Moscow, if I'm not mistaken, I think it has affected his ability to be sharp on the problems that were concerning the country. And there were many people, and there were many information around that something was going to be prepared by the rebels. Everything was prepared. The Russians were aware. That's why Leo was not correct in his analysis. This has something that took a long time, a lot of negotiations. Assad was not able to bring anything further forward. Also the question about, I think Mr. Lembo kind of touched it, also the question about how important is Tartus or is the airfield in Latakia for the Russians is questionable, because they don't need that for operations in Africa. It's a question of prestige and is important at the moment because there is transit problems with in Turkey to the Black Sea. But the Russians have other opportunities. Actually, they are building a new bases in Port Said. I'm not sure if this is still the case, but they were even during the civil war going on in Sudan. So this is things. But Effie was very correct. There are many signs. This has been anticipated. The Russians haven't been surprised. They are not. Nobody in the Russian politics is actually hysterical like most strange military commentators. I just read something yesterday or today about Dima from military. What was his name? I just forgot. He was mentioning. Yeah, he was mentioning Baba Vanga. Because the fall of Damascus means in Baba Vanga means the start of the Third World War. It's so ridiculous. But it's so ridiculous. And what can I say? We also already here in this forum before I came in. I also was listening to a lot of conspiracy theories. It's life. People need that to be entertained. Some people think they present themselves as the kings of truth, dismissing other people, making excuses in the name of other people because they think they are knowledgeable and they think everything, and they just look like old, stupid, decrepit men. That's how it is. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, I just want to change the subject and
Rata, don't be asshole. You're very visible. Don't be asshole. Apologize, please. Have some decency. So apologize now.
I think everybody
have
believes.
Some decency.
Everybody believes they need to apologize for you.
Have some
you
culture
are a very offensive man.
Shut the fuck up!
You are
asshole.
Yes, Bigari was
please
talking.
Apologize,
you
asshole. Please apologize.
Respect the finger.
To you are the most disgusting man on earth. I will never apologize against you.
Look at you, idiot, with
underwear,
with your naked butt
showing. Can you shut the fuck up?
Yes, you idiot.
A bunch of CIA plants.
Fucking idiot. Rata, apologize. Rata, apologize, you fucking...
Okay, Jordan. Okay, Jordan, I'm sorry.
Uncultured professor. That's an
Jordan,
idiot.
I'm sorry.
Idiot.
Is that all right?
You're an idiot. You understand, Prata?
Can you mute him?
You're a professor and you have a culture. You show your culture.
Can you mute him?
Apologize.
Wyatt.
Oh, yes, I will apologize to such a decrepit person like you.
Wow, exactly. You'll show your culture. Exactly. You show how cultured you are.
Shut the fuck up.
You're
Come on,
white.
let's move on. Let's move
Change
on.
topic, man.
In a good
Is that
democracy,
what
we
you
have
are?
agreements and disagreements.
Professor
my
who's
guy.
respectful, who's respected.
Come
Are
on.
you respected?
Jordan, for fuck's sake.
Respect. Okay,
like
I want to
Syrian
talk about the quotes
You
from.
don't deserve any respect, Frata, because you're an idiot. You should know that.
I want to talk
This girl is a
about.
professor.
Заткни
You
ебало,
understand
блядь!
that? That's good.
The guy is just disturbed. Go on, Bigatti.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, you are disturbed.
Okay, I want to talk about the quote that came from the friend Recep Erdogan when he said that he and Mr. Putin are the only two experienced politician leaders left in the world right now. And it's funny when you consider it as a political message, because there is like Trump is not experienced, because people leave out experienced in his quote, because but maybe it's a dig at Trump and part of the power play, but it's a bigger dig at Xi Jinping, because Xi Jinping is experienced leader. And why would you say that publicly when you are dealing with China, like Turkey is dealing with China? It's what was that all about? Like I want to like, because these messages are not like you don't say this stuff randomly. It's a message to the public, and you need to like dig into that. Like, why would he say that and only mention Putin, not mentioning Trump when Trump is coming into power and everyone is bowing to Trump, not mentioning Xi when the China is the second largest power in the world. Like, it's very interesting to me to hear that like type of rhetoric from Erdogan. It's I don't know. For me, that was really like okay, Recep, you are playing some games now.
What about Macron? He's running France without
Macron.
prime minister.
Okay,
Without
boss.
prime minister. That's big, you know?
What a joke.
Come
France is
on,
still going.
Trudeau is the
government,
leader for a
no
longer time,
government,
right?
no government, no problem.
I think Justin Trudeau was leader for a longer time than Macron, I think.
Yes.
I don't understand.
He's on his third term.
I love Trudeau.
I don't
Good.
understand
Have him.
how
You can take
That's
him.
gay. That's gay. That's gay.
how do people like Macron and Trudeau in these parliamentary systems stay in power so long, and it's not seen as a dictatorship or something, you know? Because in the United States media, we have presidential terms that are 4 years and a limit of 8, and anybody who goes beyond that is automatically in foreign countries anyway. There's always this suggestion that they've been in power too long and that they're functionally dictators. But nothing is ever said about Macron or Trudeau or anything like that. I've never understood that.
Because it's a different political
because
system.
It's Western meat propaganda, right? Like
Western
they only have problems with these governments when they want to topple those governments. So you're never going to hear them talk about any Western government.
Do you want to be in power? Say Slava Ukraine, but people's going to vote for you.
So the serious answer is that because it's a different political system, it's based on the British Westminster system. So there is no precedent per se. You know, it's the like for the UK is a queen, and Singapore is a president. But it's like these are figureheads. They have no power. The power actually lies in the parties. So you know if we elect on the party leader automatically becomes the prime minister. So it does not necessarily mean that Justin Trudeau is a great person. That's why he always become prime minister. It's because he just happens to be the leader of the party with a lot of people that is very good and popular. That's all.
Yeah,
and then
there was a woman on Redacted Show that said she voted for Trudeau because he looks good in jeans.
I agree.
Well,
So
I
but
I
I want to push back a little bit about the just now to say that the Western leader, like the hypocrisy. The thing is, Singapore used the same system, and Lee Kuan Yew become the prime minister for a very long time, for 20 over years, and then they say he's a dictator, but then we are actually using the British system, which is exactly the same. So it's just that the party is very powerful, the party is very popular, and then he just keep on becoming the leader. So
but doesn't
it's not wrong,
Trudeau
but
doesn't Trudeau only have like 35% of the vote though? Usually, I mean, it's not his party only gets a third of the vote. I mean, I guess that's how Hitler
as long
came
as
to
you're the
power in
biggest
Germany.
party,
He got like wasn't his high. The Nazis only got like 27% of the vote and came to power or something like that. So our system in America is flawed, but man, that parliamentary system seems messed up. If you can have Trudeau in power in Canada this long with that low of approval rating, I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense.
They're working with multiple parties.
It's simple, man. It's simple. Why you need to complicate things? Why don't complicate things? If the West do it, if the West do it, or its ally, it's marvelous. It's beautiful. It's democratic. It's the advancement. If anyone else do it, it's barbaric. It's bad. For example, you see the coup that happened in South Korea.
In Romania.
The USA didn't say anything about it. The USA didn't say anything. They say we will maintain our relationship and our engagement and what stuff. Any other coup that goes against them, they will condemn them, and they will do sanctions and stuff. So it's clear. It's not hypocrisy because it's the West. So there is no hypocrisy when the West do something.
In Georgia,
Romania,
it's
Moldova,
for
Georgia.
in Georgia, it's for democracy. In South Korea, let's not talk about it.
I gotta hop off, guys. It's nice chatting with you. Have a good day.
Bye, Brandon.
Since no one has finger up, I want to ask people which country in Europe next will cancel the elections because somebody who wasn't supposed to win won. Are you betting on AfD in Germany? Will they get banned?
Could be.
Something, Gary, because I am European. I'm living in Belgium. Belgian beer, very good.
Yeah, I love Belgian beer.
Have governments.
Blanche de Bruxelles, my favorite.
Elections. Oh yeah, since the last elections, we still don't have a federal government, and the country is working pretty fine. We're actually working without the government, and it works better without the government. So, do you see a problem? I don't see any problem.
I just want to bring up the word from Upgrade from the last open mic when he said, "But democracy is better. You can vote and change things." And people in Romania went to vote to change things, and then your vote doesn't matter, man. Go fuck yourself. We just cancel the vote.
The most important thing here
Mr.
is
Upgrade, I send my regard.
Well, in Georgia, they say they were manipulating the votes, but in Romania, the vote was not manipulated.
You didn't apologize.
I apologize
in his name.
The people were just invited to vote in a certain way.
You guys know why he insulted me?
It's a completely different situation.
Because I apologized for him.
You are a horrible person. Nobody will ever apologize to you.
Can you guys imagine that? I apologized for him, and he
you did not. You apologized for him because you're an imbecile. You're speaking other people's names. You are an imbecile. You think you are a god. You are an imbecile.
I think I now have to bring the Lord and Savior to the table.
Do you understand that? He just needs to apologize.
Go drink your
snap. Apologize.
You see what happened.
You see. Now, Neki Jesus is here because of that. Because of you. Because of you, Jesus Christ is naked.
Look at
Jure. Let me talk. Jure, you are derailing the fucking open mic. Shut the fuck up.
Shut up. I'm not.
You are fucking retard, man.
Who insulted.
I will fucking escape Ukraine and kill you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you see,
Come on,
because
guys,
I
knock it off.
apologized in his name. That's why he found it need to insult me. Hey,
Okay,
do you
okay,
understand
great.
how
despiteful person.
how emotionally
Order,
he is?
order,
You
order
are
in the
from.
court.
Surely, how emotionally
Order,
immature he is. Do we
And
understand, guys?
Order.
Do you
order.
understand that?
and they say Europeans are civilized.
Instead of solving, you can solve it by asking him, attacking him. Don't attack me,
Shame on
because
you.
he
You're being a little girl
he
while
broke
you're a
decency.
grown-up old man. Take
Come
your
on,
If
petty
there
he
was a
broke
quarrels
the
lady,
decency.
to the
it
VC
looks like
and
an
keep it out in
hysterical
public.
lady.
Okay? Nobody cares
Come
about
on,
your
he
hurt feelings.
he
Just shut
he
up and
broke
say
the
it
decency.
somewhere else.
Yeah,
No one
just
gives a fuck
He
about your
broke the
hurt little
decency
feelings, okay?
because
Keep
hey,
it in
he
the
needed to
VC
insult me.
and leave the open mic open for discussion, okay? Take
Go
your
have a
petty
drink.
Yes,
quarrels
exactly.
somewhere
So
Go
else.
why
have a
he
You're
drink.
acting like a little
okay,
girl.
exactly. So why he needed to insult me? Can he
I don't
open
give a
leave it
fuck.
for
I
discussion?
don't give a fuck.
Did
Nobody,
he
hey,
insult me?
nobody
hey,
gives a fuck
Did he
about
time
that.
insult
out,
me
time out.
first?
Hey,
Nobody
Prada,
cares about your
Prada, just
little
Please
feelings.
apologize
send
to him and move on.
Butler
Prada, just
for.
apologize, move on. Prada, just tell him you're sorry, and then you
Don't
can get it.
apologize. Don't apologize.
Just
Of
move
course
Pra-
on,
not.
Do
guys.
not.
Croata, che se dico.
Prata is Portuguese. He's never gonna do it.
Okay,
Trust me.
Prada, I apologize for Prada. Prada, get back to your point about Romania. I want to hear it.
Thank you.
I already forget about Romania. They,
No.
they were arguing for so long. I forgot about Romania already.
Well,
My
it
God.
doesn't matter.
And
The interesting thing here is that they, this time, they are not claiming that they manipulated elections, that they manipulated the people to vote in a certain direction. So democracy doesn't count. It's the most ridiculous argument ever. It's really impressive. Oh, well, I think European Union is making a test. Go on, Bigari.
oh, but they did it first in France.
Gabriel, beer time. Beer. Gabriel.
Okay.
There is no.
I will
There
make
is
a
no
point.
prime minister. There is no prime
Since
minister.
Prata,
There is
and
no
then we'll give
government.
word to Naked Jesus. European Union is certainly making a test of how far they can push the shit. Like, I want to bring our attention to what Ursula did in Uruguay, just and why she wasn't invited to Notre Dame, reopening in France, because she went to Uruguay and did the deal with agricultural deal that will kill like a lot of European agricultural industry with that deal, and she did it on her own without approval, like without approval of EU. She just went and made the deal, and now it's like yeah, you need to ratify it, but it will be as everything in EU is so unelected bureaucrat from EU just went and killed the European agricultural industry in France, for example. Like the backlash was so bad that they didn't invite her to Notre Dame reopening.
Well, perhaps she will fall
Push
soon.
the shit with elections. Like, okay, so if we don't like who won, we just create a bullshit like the most common, like it's Russian influence example. So when AfD wins in Germany, they will, because AfD is already branded as pro-Russian, so it will be easy. Like I don't know. Like it's like the European garden that is blossoming is like I just love to watch it, man. I just love to watch it because
They are trying to legalize
cunts
IFD
has it coming
before
and
elections.
they deserve it.
Yeah, they are trying to legalize IFD before elections in a short period of time. It's not working, but it's there. But it's interesting. Perhaps they will try to do something like you say, Bigari. To try to do the same they did in Romania. Now, these things can be very costly because the last polls were showing actually that I don't remember the name exactly, Kovalescu. He was having actually 64%
was winning 65%. 65%.
65%. So can you imagine? Now they did that. Now either they are going to fake the election results, or they will receive actually what often in democracy may happen, which is the a kind of perverse effect, and everybody will vote on him, shocked with the effect that he had. I remember that Hollande just won because Merkel had the stupid idea of going to France and partying with Sarkozy, and the French were shocked by that that endurance in their own politics, because the French still have some anti-German sentiments, and everybody voted for Hollande on the end, and Sarkozy was dead on the water. Although Hollande was a horrible president or choice for France, as we know.
Yeah, you know,
I just
they wanted.
one just comment, and then I will not talk. But I don't think there isn't any bigger enemy to the Europe and the West bigger than its politicians. I think Russia and China just need only to prepare a lot of popcorn and watch the shit show. Don't tell me there's like immigrant issues. Just stupid, corrupt politicians, corrupt systems, and this is what will make the downfall of the West. No outside enemies. No. It's its own people. This is what I want to say.
No.
You know, they in Romania they wanted that election to go ahead, but on Friday they saw that guy on 65%. They said this is a chance we can't take, because they knew the guy would have won straight away. He's popular, the people like him, you know. UK had the same problem a few years ago. Jeremy Corbyn was really, really popular. The people loved him. Even Russell Brand was campaigning for him, you know. People love that guy, but the establishment hates him, so they found a way to destroy him, and now he's not even a member of the Labour Party. That's what happened when you are popular with the people. You can't be popular with the people. You have to be popular with the establishment. Okay, Nonia.
Well, yeah, I just to follow up on your point, Vaz. Yeah, I agree. I think they panicked because they said we've got 2 or 3 days before the second round of votes. The polls indicate that Georgescu is going to win the second round, and they couldn't have that, so they canceled it. Now, the dangerous thing about this is the precedent has now been set. So the point is, as Bagari mentioned, if the AfD has success in that election, well, Russian meddling. We're going to have to cancel the whole thing, guys. Look, they did it in Romania. They're doing it in Germany now. This is all about setting the precedent, and that's very dangerous. Bagari, go ahead.
Wait. Super chat. Trump unsure about supporting NATO in tonight's interview. Great way to put arrogant, entitled globalist Europeans in their place. Go Trump.
Go Trump. MAGA.
Okay.
You want to withdraw from
I just wanted to expand on some points, but before I want to appreciate the Admiral Nakhimov in the background of Lambo.
Yeah.
So
good, Bigari. Yeah, they're going to test run it. They are finishing refurbishing it, so restoring it. The crazy thing about that ship, it had before 20 P700 shipwreck launchers, and now it's going to have, I think, 176 VLH launch systems, so units, 96 for air defense, and 60 to 80 to launch Zarkons. So that ship is crazy. Imagine being
now I want to expand on some point from what was saying. the funniest shit about like corrupt officials in EU was the law that was passed recently about the extermination of wolves in EU. And the reason is that the wolves killed the pony, the personal pony of the Ursula von der Leyen on her
No.
like rancho or some shit.
Yep.
And,
So she
and
hates
she
the wolves.
pushed for that shit so hard to kill wolves in EU.
That was her favorite project.
Like
besides killing Ukrainians.
Like what do you need more, man? Like the personal vendetta against the dead pony is the reason to pass the laws in EU right now. Like what do you need more? Like these people are so fucking retarded. Like
you stupid wolves think you can mess with me? Do you know who I am? I have tools.
Apologize.
I'm Ursula.
She has tools.
Gabriel is drinking Belgian beer sometimes, so he has a big mind, good mind, very good mind.
Yes, big mind. Yes.
Oh yeah, but you're totally right,
There was a recent analysis about Macron, how Macron is presidential, why it came to be presidential emotional leadership of the Europeans. Like for an example of Macron, because it was the French analyst that actually did it. So they say that it was a parliamentarian, right? The parliamentarian government with the presidency. But then they had like all the tasks and everything. All the parliamentarians had the separate task to do within the government, right? Additional, just like in the United States, they add more tasks to every minister, right? But then over time, it came to go with councils of the specialists to provide some insight and recommendation of the policies to the president, right? That will cooperate with within the party and then direct ministers to work, let's say on geopolitics. But then over time, the president took all the tasks of from those specialists and with his personal friends, right, that have all the influence they want, with all the how to say emotional things. So it's all about, you know, as if a group gathers and a group of friends gather and they each poke, you know, make fun of each insult and all of triggering a president. So it's all emotional triggers for the presidents all across Europe. That's how it turns out now. And that's how I imagined Hitler, you know, that he came to power by having only his group of friends redirecting him to achieve what they did, right? That's how I see their dictatorship. Well, we see that Putin doesn't work that way. He still have specialists working for him that he takes advice not from his friends. So there's some difference. Yep. But that wolf, it just said that it's already the analyst of the major analyst that it's all emotional leadership. That's why they're weak. That's why they're collapsing. It's just like emotional children just falling for the traps of what they need to do, not thinking, not reasoning, not personal planning. I read that analysis about Macron, why it's such emotional thing now. Next one, Gabriel.
I'll go. Thank you, Udo, and sorry for scolding you a bit earlier, but I love you with your hard head and all. But yeah, like to Igari's point, and Udo or Jude, I get confused with changing names, but there was also a paragraph in Boris Johnson's memoir about, I can't remember what it was, but it was something like ridiculously petty and pathetic, just like the wolf story, and it just goes to further this overall impression that the leadership emanates of completely childish brattery. It was something about Macron, like he screwed over. I don't know what he like. Something about leaving, about Brexit, and like getting back at Macron for some attitude he disliked at some meeting or something like that. But yeah, really childish stuff, and we can also see that in the U.S. with sort of like the whole drama of the like final episodes of the Democratic campaign, electoral campaign, how when they discarded Biden and all these intrigues that were happening amongst the Democratic Party of who supported Harris and who supported Biden, and it was this whole. And then you can see also how Biden clearly like got back at Kamala for replacing him and started really wrecking her campaign from within right after he got discarded, and especially towards the last days of the campaign, how he was doing ridiculous stuff that was completely intentional to destroy her, like. And yeah, we can see that pattern clearly, but it's still difficult for me to sort of to reconcile these two different aspects of the empire, how their political elite are growing ever more childish and stupid and petty, you know, like just ridiculous. And at the same time, the massive infrastructure and influence that they have over the world, that they still have, and that we can see that clearly in the situation of Syria, and also in the situation in Georgia and in Romania. Like there's still a lot of actually very functional power going on, in spite of the ridiculousness of their decision makers. And I think that yeah, it's probably doomed, because the like it in I guess there's like middlemen that are capable, that the leadership is screwed, like by inbreeding and just opulence, but there's probably still a middle class, like a managerial class that still operates quite efficiently. But the overall objectives are misguided, and so like yeah, I can perfectly see the situation in Syria now, for example, backfiring terribly. You know, creating a huge conflict of interests between the Kurdish backed by the USA, the HDS backed by Turkey, and the Israeli grab for influence in the area, and NATO suddenly having an internal conflict that actually diverts forces away from its main rivals, which is China and Russia. So yeah, it's probably a bad planning fundamentally, but that still has pretty capable efficiency on its maneuvers in the current situation. So yeah, they are pretty retarded. I mean, sorry for that word. Let's say this: they have special abilities. They have very special abilities. And to the question of what's the next country going to be, I think it's pretty clearly going to be Germany. I think that the elections in Germany are going to be surprisingly inappropriate, so to speak. What do you guys think about that?
Well, we already have those predictions because AfD is gaining a lot of momentum. The CDU, which was the party that is going to be the most voted, at least in the polls as they showed now, is making a lot of mistakes in terms of pre-campaign for the elections. And so I think the AfD is going to grow. On the other side, there is also for the other anti-party war, Bündnis Wagenknecht, Sarah Wagenknecht, sorry.
Sarah Wagenknecht, yeah.
Yeah, she. There is some disappointment with her. She was the most voted party in actually in Thuringia, and there is a lot of mistakes being done there, and I think a lot of the votes a lot of the people voting for her will end up voting for AfD on the end. We could end up, but let's also not predict too much, because in German politics a party never gets 50% of the votes. I think this has never happened in the past. So there is always a coalition party. The problem is that this AfD is going to be the most voted party, and it won't be able to form a government. It doesn't bring much. The thing is that, which is going to be really problematic, is that joining the so-called, Bigari, today it's not on the dark. So
I was like, what the fuck is this guy?
The man in the shadow.
Quit the dark side. No.
Yes.
He got too pissed off with Europe.
He looks like an Orthodox priest, yeah. Yeah. So the problem, though, is that from the calculations, it's becoming clear that not even with three mainstream parties, they will be able to form a government in Germany. So this is the big problem, and it will be probably the big revolution in terms of election. They could try to illegalize the AfD, but we are past that moment. They have been trying a lot in the last weeks, but now we have passed that moment, and they are scared. Let's see what happens. It also all depends on how Scholz is able to invert the path. I don't believe a lot in Scholz, but it will depend how Scholz, the actual chancellor, will be able to turn the wave that is going against him. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah, Scholz is dead. Like, there is no point of discussing Scholz anyway.
He's there. He's there. We have to see to watch him.
Yeah,
he's
lame duck. Like about the leader of AfD that you mentioned, she already betrayed the electorate of AfD by not keeping the promises. So I don't know. Like that's sketchy situation. But I wanted to bring the point back to what I was saying about a quote of Erdogan, but no one was wanting to expand on that. So I will expand on that myself.
But of course it was not possible. We wanted, yes.
Jure was wanting to interject and demand apology. Yeah.
Oh my God! I just see it.
Okay. What I wanted to mention about Erdogan is that his quote is directly linked to the multipolarity of the world. He positioned himself with that quote as a leader, regional leader. So, he's staking the claim that basically admitting that unipolarity is over and now I'm the big boss in this part of the world, and Putin is big boss in that part of the world, and we are ruling this, this part of Eurasia. That's my understanding of his quote, because his project is much bigger, and when people I think that Erdogan is personally insulted when people saying that HTS is it's just a project of CIA. he invested so much into this shit that he's like personally insulted that the Syrian coup is like, oh, it's just the West and United States did it. Like he did it, and that's why this quote it was coming out. Like
that's why he ignored Trump.
Yes. That's why he ignored Trump, and that's why he's saying it's Putin and me, because people are saying, "Oh, it's Syrian government overthrown by CIA and United States." It's like, okay, no, not everything in the world that is happening is because of CIA and United States. There is a lot of actors in the world, like, and people need to stop with this fucking bullshit. Like, that's why Erdogan was saying that quote. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
people always see actors as either independent or a puppet, and that's usually a spectrum, so to speak. Go ahead.
If I may just short one. Yeah, just short one, quick one. Well, I'm gonna apologize ahead of the time because I got to say we have Gabriel in the form of Jesus here, but Bigari, you're like spitting image of Al Julani, man. Look at with the light now.
Man, I'm preparing for Ukrainian Arab Republic. I will lead Ukrainian.
No comments.
I'm growing my beard, so I will lead Ukrainian Arab Republic.
I tend to have a lot of misfeelings towards Orban because that man, he plays in too many chairs at the same time. He never finished a real project, but he's doing very dangerous things. Especially when I heard they're almost like brigades composed completely out of Uiguris and Uzbeks and Kyrgyz. I think the moment we knew about that, the Chinese are very unhappy with him. The Russians are planning something against him because this is going too further. This is going too far. And so I think the problem with, first of all, he's a very sick man. He's very sick. He has cancer. Erdogan. And so he will be outsmarted very soon because the power struggle or the power fight for his place is going to start. He wanted to place his nephew or his son. It's not clear. After, in a way that probably some people are saying that he would probably step away and put someone in his place, which I find difficult. But once he's gone, the power struggles in that country will be chaotic. And as I said, he has too many projects on his hands. The country doesn't have the monetary capacity. They need energy. So this was a very good coup. So when we were talking about the oil and gas in Syria, this is where Erdogan really wants to go. It's an old project. They need gas and oil, and Syria has some, and that would allow him to at least sell to his population that finally Turkey is self-sufficient. Go on, Bigari.
Yeah. Before I go on, I just want to say that upgrade democracy is won in Romania. You were saying that you can vote for the new things. Like, unlucky. Okay, about Turkey. Glad that Vojin came on because I have a big beef with what he's writing in Open Mic Telegram. Like, Vojin always thinks that Russia should respond like, I don't know, maybe it's Balkan mentality, like annihilate everything, man. Like kill
Russia when we had to destroy the world. Yeah.
Kill United Kingdom base in Cyprus with Oreshnik or some shit, or something like they are weak in Syria. Like, we need to annihilate Turkey because they did. Like, in Russian we have a saying: "Деньги не пахнут." Money doesn't smell.
Shut shit, get banged.
money doesn't smell. Like, you need to understand that in Russia, like Erdogan is called Drug Recep, the friend Recep. No one is having any fucking illusions about what Erdogan is doing. Like, he's turning shit in Abkhazia, he's turning shit in Armenia. He's friendly with Azerbaijan, is having some thoughts about Caucasus. He's funding Ukraine with he's selling his MRP like armored vehicles to Ukraine, Kirpis. The whole grain corridor is basically to smuggle weapons into Ukraine. But on the other hand, Russia is helping to build the nuclear power plant in Turkey. They are trading with Turkey. Russians are the biggest providers, like the biggest part of Turkey tourism industry. Like, shit goes on, but business doesn't is not impacted because like money doesn't smell. Like, деньги не пахнут. We are doing business. We don't trust each other, but like, it's understandable. You are a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. We understand that, but we deal with you. We make money of you. You make money from us. Like, we move on. That's the Russian mentality. Not like, oh, we need to destroy the Turkey. We need to destroy everyone. He is traitor. He betrayed us. Everyone knows that what he will do, and he will betray for the benefit of Turkey. If I'm Turkish person, like Turkish citizen, I like what Erdogan is doing because he is putting Turkey first.
So when United States do it is wrong, Turkey does it is right. Is that what you're saying? When United States do that thing, everyone say that's wrong, and now Turkey is doing that. People gonna say it's all right. There's a lot of America. America disagree with what they do outside of the country.
What I'm saying is, if you act in the best interest of your country, your countrymen should support you. Like, people outside of your country may not agree with that, and probably will not agree with that shit. Like, like you are saying that, like, what America is doing, like, people outside of America is not agreeing with that, but people inside of America, maybe if they have any fucking understanding of foreign policy, but they don't, because they cannot, like, if they tell them, like, where is China on the map, they don't know. But if they knew, like, what foreign policy is, they would probably support what America is doing, like, as American citizens.
Isn't that what Zelensky is doing to your country? Doing the best for you?
Zelensky? Zelensky is doing what's the best for him, not for us, not for Ukraine.
He's trying to bring democracy to your country.
Yeah, but the same thing, Bigari, is applied to America and to Turkey. When sometimes advantageous positions in geopolitics are actually super disadvantageous for the population. And there's a straight correlation between American decline in standard of living and its influence in the broader world.
I don't think so. I don't think there is any fucking decline. Okay, let's put numbers in. Like, how much money did America spend into Iraq, Afghanistan, and how much money do they spend now? It's not really, like, fucking comparable. Like, they can spend so much more money on Ukraine.
I'm not talking.
It's not even funny.
10 years ago, United States spent $500 million to train for terrorists.
Yeah, like in the years of the war against terror, Americans' standards of living has fallen dramatically, like
it doesn't
stupidly. But
you are trying to.
There's a difference. Wait, there's a real difference between like oligarchs having great business opportunities to make huge amounts of money, and the population getting improvements in their lifestyle. And there's a problem. There's a constant issue in history of empires gaining resources, being able to make profits abroad, and therefore not needing to keep their population in good shape anymore. You know,
If you can say, there is two parallel economies. The war economy doesn't impact directly what standard of living is like. You can make money on war, you can fund the war, and your standard of living in your country will not really be impacted. But the country that is applicable to the countries with like great resources, like United States. The standard of living in the United States is not declining because of the funding of wars.
Oh, it's about
I
the transfer of production
that's not my point. That's not my point at all.
It was mostly due to the transfer of production to Asia, especially Southeast Asia. I think it's origin that is really.
Can I answer, Leo? Can I answer Bigari because he was addressing me directly? Well, Bigari, if you go back to the Telegram chat and read again, nowhere I said that Russia should look for conflict with Turkey. Nowhere. I specifically said Russia should not have aligned itself with the person of Assad. This was a mistake because he was
Vojin, 1 second. I was addressing your warmongering shit about Cyprus, and Turkey was someone else, but I don't remember who, so like, sorry.
Okay, regarding warmongering, no, not warmongering, just keeping your, walking the walk, not just talking the talk. Russia has indeed mentioned two red lines. One was basically either a common security agreement or something will happen, and something happened in Ukraine. And the second, the red line that they specifically talked about, officially, not just rumors, in some TV shows or something, but specifically Putin and Lavrov talking about weapons shooting into Russia. This was clearly stated as a red line, not just claimed by the West. And they didn't react strongly against the West. So this was my argumentation. Either they talk the talk only, or they walk the walk, and they didn't They didn't walk the walk until now.
Any strikes since Oreshnik?
Yeah, there have happened strikes since Oreshnik.
One unconfirmed.
I don't several ones that I have read about, but I can't confirm it. Obviously, I'm not living there. The issue is, I think they don't have anyway too many attackers left to attack Russia, but still, it's a matter of principle. Deterrence is an important factor in the game of mutually assured destruction. If you don't deter, if you don't make it believable that you will strike back, then it is a perceived weakness from the other side. This was my argumentation. I was not arguing for more war. I was arguing to deter more war. So this is the point. Regarding Syria, Russia has positioned itself in a weak position in Syria because they supported a relatively weak government. From the beginning, it was weak. It was saved by Russia and Iran, and the West has quite an impressive win right now in destroying this structure there. Whatever will come out of it, it's not clear, obviously, but it's a win for the West. If Russia should stay, if they can, I think Russia will stay. Just like Brandon argued before, that United States is there to control flow of energy. Russia has similar interests. Russia is a big power, and it will stay there if it can find an agreement with the new power there. and it will control the energy flow. Similar like United States, an argument was always against Russian interest there, that Russia does try to interrupt energy flow from the Gulf states to Europe, like a pipeline from Qatar, gas pipeline from Qatar to Europe. And Assad was not allowing it to cross Syria because of his ally Russia, you know. So there is this argument, and Russia obviously is a great power, and it plays the great power game. It will defend its interests there, and if it can, it will stay. This is my opinion. Yes. Leo, gone.
Yes. Well, okay. First of all, I want to address the point what was made before by one of the guys here, saying that yeah, Russia is not losing anything in Syria right now. Yeah, it's nothing serious for Russia, and I want to take it step by step. So Russia has pumped in billions and billions of dollars into Syria, and now it's lost to that effect. It has pumped in shitload of hardware into Syria in terms of weapons, planes, all kinds of other things. And now it has not lost 100%, but let's say 90%. Yes, there is still possibility that Russia will lose more in Syria. It has not yet lost 100%. It has lost maybe 90%, and it's clinging on in Tartus. It's clinging on in Latakia, and we will see if they will lose 100%. But for me, I think we should face the reality and say that at least 90% of what Russia had in Syria is lost. That is the first point. And the second point.
What's your NAFO account on Twitter?
What? What?
What's your NAFO account on Twitter? I want to follow.
Don't laugh.
I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. But anyway.
Don't laugh.
Now the second thing, the second point I want to make is that we need to see in the couple of weeks that are left before the new year, and especially before the transition, is which country is going to be next. Is it going to be one of the countries that are like Central Asia, Georgia, Transnistria? Or maybe it's going to be Serbia, Hungary, or Slovakia? Maybe it's going to be one of the countries in Africa which supports Russia. There are plenty of those, like Mali, Central African Republic. Chad had made some noises towards that. Khartoum. Also, then you have in America. There are Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and even countries like Mongolia. All of those countries right now should really watch out. The risk that something will be happening to them is really huge. All right.
Leo, are you aware how long it took for Turkey to organize this? Do you think they just pulled this out in 3 days? This has been prepared. The Russians knew about it. It was being reported. Whoever was interested on knew that something was coming. Their standard talks were coming as well. If you listen to the declarations of the people that met in Doha, the several prime ministers made public statements. You can deprehend a lot of what was happening. We already talked today. Assad actually, because probably there was a chat about it, which was Assad's wife was sick for a long time now, leukemia. As I said before, if I'm not mistaken, being treated in Moscow. And it sounds like on this period, actually there are several reports from this period a few months ago. It was talked that Assad was like completely alienated from the problems in the country. And the problems in the country were accumulating, becoming worse and worse and worse. And you are saying about the investments of the Russians in Syria, they were never very big, by the way. They had some troops there which trained and got experience, as you know, and these troops have been moving to other parts. And the investment of the Russians in Syria has been diminishing with time for some years now. People say, if I take their word for granted, that this started already in 2019, that the Russians were disappointed a bit with Assad for not bringing things forward, for not trying to make a promise that he made before, because the war was stopped with the Astana Accords with preconditions. And preconditions were reforms in the government and so on and so on. And Assad has been playing with it. So, but in the last open mic, I made several remarks that all these we have to take into account the extreme complex ethno composition of Syria. And in taking this, Leo, I'm really sorry. I think you are understanding it too much as a game of chess, and less as really facts. So, okay, it's a game of chess, geopolitics in a big way, but we always have like little facts. They are on the ground, and we have to take into consideration in order not to make it too much like a rule. A law, a universal law. So you are trying to make a universal law of these. You shouldn't, because these took a lot of time. There is a before, a now, and an after, and things are, as you said, as very well. We don't know yet, and this is what shows that your universal law, it's not universal at all. We still have to wait and see what's going to happen in the next weeks, and so on and so on. So I don't think this is the next country. This was something pulled with a lot of effort. Big Ari was very well. It was made a very interesting comment. This is something that the Turks actually premeditated, constructed, not completely unaware. The Russians were not completely unaware what they were doing. And the Americans are playing the game of opportunity. Most and foremost, the game of opportunity. So are the Israelis as well. They're also playing a game of opportunity here. They were not part of all the preparation that brought us to this moment. And let's not forget, there was enough government troops, and these government troops just didn't fight. They ran away. Why did they run away? So there were many deals being made on the ground. This is something that had to be pulled with a lot of time and strategy and knowing the situation, the terrain. Your universal rule doesn't apply in Mali, doesn't apply in Central African Republic, and so on. So stop thinking that the Russians are the malignant things of this world. Countries want to have the cooperation of the Russians. We know that. That's why so many countries as well try to get invited into BRICS. BRICS is not Russia. But the fact that Russia organized the BRICS was one of the reasons. Their attraction, their center of attraction, is really pulling many countries of the world towards a new, different type of thinking. I remember, sorry for taking so long, but I remember a beautiful, very interesting a speech from the Prime Minister of Malaysia visiting Russia 2 months ago, I think, not even. And he said something very interesting. Russia has there's an attraction. Their ideology, their thought, it's compelling. You learn more about yourself in understanding the Russian thinking and way of feeling and philosophing, the way their philosophy is constructed. So please don't make this. We in the West, we are very short-sighted. You have to take into account the attraction that we had. It died out. The American dream doesn't exist anymore. If Trump is able to bring back the American dream, which is that everybody can have a house, your wife doesn't need to go work, she can stay at home, and you can have 3 children, or 2 at least. The American dream was most of the time was 2 children, but sometimes 3. This is not more. The Americans can't have this anymore. So the American dream is over. Or 4. It depends on how greedy you are.
Four is the replacement figure. 4 is the replacement figure. Go on. Sorry.
I'm happy I'm not American because I don't have kids. Because imagine that. You're going to shout at me to say I don't have kids. I don't want to know it.
You are French.
Imagine that.
So you're spreading their policies.
Sorry about that, Lambo. I'm sure one day you'll fix it.
I always
I'm sure
say,
one day you'll
if
become
they're
a
asking
man.
me, somewhere, do you have kids? And I say, not that I'm aware of, still can happening. Somebody's going to knock on my door to say, it's your turn now to hear your son. Take care of it, you know.
If it is 18, so good. Can go to work and stay at home.
They
Don't you
can
think
work
my
from
hat is
10.
appropriate for today?
They can be productive, like to their own expense, from 10 years of age. Okay, so it's an asset eventually. Go on.
Upgrade been waiting for like 30 minutes.
Oh yeah,
No, he's
upgrade. Go
Enough
on.
said if you live on a farm,
He's
baby.
really
I
thinking.
grew up on a farm. Believe me, it's hell.
I don't believe
By the
you.
way, Wayne,
I don't
What you
believe
have been
none of
having
those
at home?
statements.
your
What
style
you've
I
been
is
don't
having
believe
at
any of
home?
those statements.
Were you abused by a cow or a sheep or something like that?
what happened? Tell us, Wayne. You're looking good.
Where,
Come on.
show us,
I like
show us in
humor.
the,
Respect
Well,
the
I
show us
thought
in
family.
the
that the
dog
hat
on
was
the cow
appropriate. The world seems a little bit crazy right now, so I thought I'd put on my Mad Hatter hat.
The world is fucked up, so why not to dress fucked up? That's a good statement.
And by the way, the Mad Hatter is my old gaming name from like 40 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah,
So,
early
you
internet
already
gaming.
played poker in the medieval time?
Oh, you ever heard of Trade War 2002?
Okay.
One of the oldest online games that's still being played.
Wow.
And I started in on it back in the late
Okay,
80s.
Wayne. Okay, Wayne.
But this has got nothing to do with today. Sorry, I just dropped in quick because I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
The situation in Syria is so untethered from reality at the current time. It's damn near impossible to tell what's going to happen. And for that matter, everybody's saying that they know what happened. I think they're all fucking nuts. Nobody really has a clue other than, okay, a bunch of rebels headed south, a bunch of rebels headed north. I mean, whoopee, we know that. We don't know the details. We don't know the whys. I personally think it's because Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, and they thought that with Hezbollah out of how should I put it, degraded somewhat, that
That's
they
not.
might be able to push through. But that's a guess. I don't know that's true. Anyway, guys, have fun. I got to run. My idiot wants to go for another walk.
Well,
Yeah.
still there's no
That's the
answer
life of a
to
dog
who
owner.
killed
Wayne,
who
have a
killed
very
the.
good one. Happy to see you again. And thank you
They're
for the
eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Can't
Yeah.
have too much of
And,
everything.
Of the people that live there.
Thank
We
you.
had two.
still the
We had 2
question
feet of
who killed.
snow. We had 2 feet of snow. The snow's up to his now non-existent balls.
Well played, Prata.
He
Well
doesn't
played.
like that.
Thank you,
Not the
Wayne.
only one.
Wayne, thank you to bring us a big smile. It was
Yeah,
very
let's talk.
funny.
You
Thank
know,
you for
upgrade is here. Let's talk about France. Because
No, who cares
somehow
about that?
I do.
I can speak. Hey, I was the
I'm
whole
French.
fucking thing
I'm
about
French.
Notre Dame.
Mr.
So
Lambo is French.
I am powered, dude. I am powered. I can speak about Notre Dame if you want to. I can speak about every detail they did, everything. Come on, Voss. Ask me questions. Come on.
Now I want upgrade because last week I came in because of him, but he left. He was like
Hey, saw you with he went
democracy
away.
is good and that. He's forgetting that he lives in Switzerland and you also French.
Dude, Switzerland
So
is not France. Don't forget that one.
yeah, but he's French, he's Swiss, and he's French. He knows that it's different. The democracy in France or in the EU, democracy in the EU is different than democracy in Switzerland. So never ever make that comparison again. Because
Maybe Lambo can.
what happened in Romania is the same thing that's happened in France. France doesn't have
Yep.
government.
Yep.
There
France
is
got
What is
a
your
way.
question? You just stated
Yeah,
something.
my question is, you think that France is a democratic country?
Yes, it is, but democracy just not go one way. It's if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. That's how democracy is going. That's why
No.
I don't see
Democracy
what
is
you
if
want
you lose, you lose, and if you win, you lose. Okay.
Depends on how you see it,
Also,
Gabriel. But I don't know what you want to ask me because yes, of course, Switzerland is different than France. Different system. It's
Democracy
different.
works
Yeah,
until it doesn't,
you know, because
right?
you were like democracy is good, but when you were saying democracy is good, you weren't talking about democracy outside of Switzerland. You were talking
I
about
can't specifically talk about my country, who is a
So
direct
if
democracy, but we already
democracy,
had this conversation so many times. So I just said that because some people on the panel were like pretty negative about democracy. I think it
yeah,
was Bigari,
and
and
yeah,
then
and
I
he
just
was
in
right. He
Romania,
was
responded
right.
that
He was right. 7 days after you make that point, look what happened in Romania.
is that
yeah,
democracy?
but it,
Is that democracy
Romania
what happened in
democracy.
Romania? Is that
That's not
democracy?
democracy. That's not
Of
democracy.
course. So it's not
okay, we
working
can
because it's
talk
not
about
democracy,
Romania
right?
if you want to, guys, but I agree it's not democratic if the people voted and then all of a sudden some committee is saying, oh, it's not fair and it's not legal, and because it was
That's
something
not democracy.
regarding TikTok, and then you just recount the votes or something like that. Obviously, it's not democratic, but let's not kid ourselves. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame for European
Hey,
Union, and
Bob.
it's a shame for Romanian people who voted for this person. And I stand by what I said. I said when people vote and they clearly voted for this guy, and all of a sudden some instance comes in and overrules this thing, that doesn't mean that democracy is bad. That means that people don't want this person elected because they are bad for their interests. And that's another topic. We can talk about that
Yeah,
if you
but
want.
it's
2 years
not
ago,
necessarily
2 years ago, I
it's not
said
necessarily
I
the whole
believe
topic.
more. I believe more in democracy in Saudi Arabia, and I'm gonna keep that.
you're crazy.
Well, it's not necessarily
Yeah,
another topic because the think about it this way. Like, let's say you have 100 years of uninterrupted, peaceful transition of power between democratically elected um, officials. Okay, it was always working fine. Democracy never had any problem. But the one day on one election, the candidate was the wrong one. You see, he wasn't the right one, and so it gets canceled. So doesn't that refute the entire 100 years of uninterrupted, uh, democratically impeccable society, government? Because it was just a democracy until the wrong candidate got elected.
So Gabriel,
And
for
all the
you,
times that
one
went
example
perfectly,
of all elections which
it was
happened
just
in the
because
last year in Europe is an
it was
example that
successfully
Romania, first of all, is a special case. Let's
rigged.
not kid ourselves, right? And second of all, look at Germany. It happened, right? People voted. They're not clear what they want to have. Right now, it's going to come a vote for either Scholz going to get out or not. In France, the same. In Britain, the same. In Italy, the same. Many countries changed their leaders because they were not happy with them or they couldn't find a consensus between parties. So I don't know what you want to tell me. Of course, democracy is good. There is bad aspect of it, of course. If so, I give you an example with Romania, right? When third parties or people who are influenced and just change the vote of people, that's not fair. That's not good. And that shouldn't be the representative of democracy. Democracy is you vote for something and then you get it, and it's either it's good or bad, and that's up to the people to choose, and not a third party or a second opinion or whatever. That's the people who need to choose. That's always been my take. So I don't know what you want me to tell
You
you. Of
didn't
course, it's bad what
you
happened in
didn't
Romania.
Actually, we should
you
also
didn't
take into
understand.
account that what happened in Romania, I don't think we have had something like that ever before, because we have had elections that were repeated because there were falsifications in the results and so on. But this time, that's not the argument. The argument is that people voted influenced by someone else, which is incredible, because this is the whole point of elections, is that you present your point and people vote as they think they have to vote. And so this is very strange what happens in Romania. There is nothing to be glad about. And I think the Romanians will also realize that, because the moment they were already preparing for the second election, and they were already were saying bad things about that guy, he already had in pool 65% of the votes. I think it's a very dangerous game what they just did, and this could fire back a lot. And Bigari was saying we could be seeing something like this in Germany about AfD. So this what happened in Romania could also be seen as a test to do it somewhere else. I am not so sure, because Romania is a very immature democracy, and democracy is something that needs it's not just one system. There are a lot of systems that we consider to be a democracy, presidential and so on. And so democracy tends to, they age and they get more efficient, more or less, with the time. They adapt to the wishes and the feelings of each people, and each people is different, has different. Exactly, has different. So the thing is that this is easy in very young democracies. It will be more difficult in older democracies. We know that the French system, whoever wants to bring the French system is more or less vitiated, but the French decided to have that system. They have had many systems before, so they were not imbeciles. They were not infantile when they decided to create the Fourth Republic. They knew more or less what they were going to. And the thing is that I'm very sorry for the Romanians, and we should also, like I was saying to Leo, we shouldn't make this as a universal law. It can't be really transmitted to other democracies in that sense. But Voz do Povo, you are taking into account what happens in the UK, and I would say that the UK is a decrepit democracy, that where people learn to live with that very broken system, and there is no way of changing it.
Hey, UK is more democratic than France. I can tell you.
Yeah. Say bad thing on Facebook, I be banned. I go.
That's democracy.
Yeah,
that's
very
democracy.
democratic, dude.
That's democracy.
Yeah, really.
That's not a compliment.
You say shit. If you say shit online, you get.
Boss, stop watching BBC.
Banged up.
It's too much.
But let me make a quick comment to see if I can clarify my point. Like, if I tell you that you can leave this condo or like your building, wherever you live, your apartment building where you live, I tell you you can leave whenever you want, but the moment you try to leave, I block the door and or shoot you. You know, do you really have a choice? So, like, as long as you choose and you've seen that in all of the democracies. You see that in the United States when they shoot the wrong president who got elected. You see that in France when they overthrow the wrong republic or so. And you see that in Britain when they have a rigged system where it doesn't matter how much seats you actually get. It matters like the trajectory of your party. And so like, you think you have a choice because they tell you have a choice, but the moment you take a choice, I mean, by taking a choice, you don't do what they want you to do, then they block you. They stop you from having a choice. So, like, it's fundamentally demagoguery, and it's not more than that. You know, like the people don't have the right to choose. Like, maybe in Europe, you still have this idea that you actually choose your government. I mean, at least in Latin America, every time that a country in Latin America has chosen for their own sovereignty, they get overthrown. So, and then when people sort of comply and learn how to choose correctly, then they can have democracy. So you have these four scenarios. Like, either you have the right candidate that they want, you to have, or it gets overthrown and you get a democratic dictator like in Ukraine, or
Look, he's there.
you have a despot that is called a tyrant by the democracies of the world because he's using enough force as to not allow himself to be overthrown. So it's just a geopolitical trap, basically. And it's fundamentally a trap for the own population because, like, instead of the law of history, like throughout all of history, every single kingdom, empire, or political organization that has always existed under the threat of being overthrown. You know, and democracy, the only difference it has with that is that instead of existing the threat of being overthrown, you give the people, instead of their God-given inalienable right to riot and overthrow the government, you get an excuse, which is wait for a few years and you'll have a choice again. That's the only thing
Gabriel.
democracy is.
No, it's not. Gabriel, you're looking for ideal as it's purported. Yes, you're looking for ideal of democracy as it's purported to be. But you need to look at history, the conditions of history, comparing to how it was before. Like the emperor is God, king is God, right? You have no choice at all. Yeah. So,
You always had a choice.
Okay.
Every emperor, every god emperor in history could be overthrown.
So
and
then
a
so
shit ton of
basically
god
you
emperors
can
were
treat it
overthrown.
as you have a spot. You don't have a
There's a shit
road
ton of god
towards.
emperors that have been overthrown.
Come on, man. So previously you had a god as your emperor. You had a spot just to stand on and maybe to live. That's only your option. Well, with widening into the more, let's say, with providing more power to the regional leaders, you get a little bit of maybe few steps to make, right? And then you get a line. You have to follow the line, like with the kings, right? And now with democracy, you got a a little bit of wide road, right? Some have a wider, but you still have a road with the direction. And democracy means you have that wide waving in between the edges of what's allowed, right? So as the time goes, you get wider and wider option, but it's still same trajectory. Yes, you have the edges that you cannot cross. So over time, with democracy, now you got more and more. So even with those waving in between the what's allowed, yes, you're correct. There's only thing that's allowed by the elites, right? And it's not just one elite as it used to be. Now there's many elites that decide on how wide that road can be. Well, you can move slightly over time if you keep pushing on the edge. Over 50 years, you can keep pushing a little bit with democracy.
Yeah, you can turn gay, but you can't have cows anymore. You can turn gay now. You have the right to be gay, but you can't have a cow. So yeah, freedom.
So ideal, yes, you're looking for ideal.
I believe in democracy. Remember, Iraq and Libya.
You're just looking for ideal.
They asked for democracy. Look, now they are democratic countries. They're doing well. Anyway,
yeah, you're attributing doing well with democracy.
I've got a question for you. Are you and Jordan from the same country? Thank God.
Originally, yes. Originally, Yugoslavia was one country.
I know Yugoslavia was just one country.
But we didn't like each other, so we made two countries for us.
Oh, you killed each other. You killed each other. You put each other in concentration camps, and then you fought as to see which one killed more than the other. It didn't matter who. Just wanted to prove itself who can kill more people.
So who killed more?
As God intended.
Yeah.
God is not a Democrat.
Okay, Votinko.
I think it's update. Go on update. I will
Up,
go after you.
Upgrade's been waiting for a while.
Okay, thanks, Vojin. Gabriel, you're from Argentina, right? So your people voted for a president who was going around the streets with a chainsaw, and he's a president right now, doing great, right? So democracy is working, right? Because people voted for him, and he is in power, and he's doing things for your country, who is great. How many years you had inflation like crazy?
Are
You
you
had
still living in Argentina,
catastrophic,
Gabriel?
corrupt governments, and now he came and he did it with the people, with the people's vote, and I think he's doing a great job. What we hear, I don't know exactly because I'm not there, so I don't want to say things who are not true, but that would go against your point, right? There is places where it's possible, where actual people voting, people in who actually help the common citizen of the country. And sometimes it's overthrown, of course. Sometimes it's mafia state. Sometimes it's corrupt. It's all true, yes. But let's not kid ourselves. Before, when a king, you told about kings and emperors, you didn't have no power as a normal citizen. You didn't have a choice to overthrow him. If you wanted to overthrow him, you're gonna have the 1% chance that you do it, and if you actually do it, then you need to form a new government. That it was much more difficult back then and much more risky. Nowadays we have rights. Most of the people have rights, and they can actually do things and it cannot be crushed by the government so easily like before. Obviously there is rules who are against you, and obviously we need to have security, and you cannot just riot like in the French Revolution and just kill hundreds of your own countrymen. It must be in a democratic way. Vote and then see what's going to happen. And yeah, I don't know what I should add to it. But Vojin, you were right. Go on.
Yeah, go on, Vojin. Then I can
So,
destroy their rainbows and sunshines and unicorns.
Well, originally I wanted just to ask you guys that we move on from this topic. I think it's a lot of waste of time.
Yep.
I can give you my short opinion on this topic. Theoretically, a democratic leadership can decide exactly the same things like a dictator or communist party or whatever. They can theoretically decide, okay, next year we will go from 14 to 15% taxes. That's the thing. Theoretically, they can be good or bad or whatever. And you as a democratic a citizen can have the illusion that you have some power. It's nice. It's a nice thing, yes. But you're a person of millions, and it's not a lot of power that you theoretically even have, But I would love to go back to, we have a crazy week, and we are talking about democracy. Come on, guys. We had Syria, we have still Ukraine, we had Romania. Okay, Romania is
It's all the guy's fault.
We didn't
It's all the guy's fault.
I didn't talk about it.
Georgia.
That was not my fault, man.
Yeah.
No, it's Bigati's fault. But also we're talking about Romania and about Syria, because all of those things are an issue of like sort of legitimate popular representation, so to speak. So there's a continuing theme in all of those. Georgia, Romania, Syria, all are having like democratic issues going on right now. Okay, in very similar but different aspects. But go on, Vojin. Sorry.
Yeah, principally, my opinion on Romania and Europe and Georgia, whatever, the power that be, or how to name them, whatever, they are trying to get or trying the best to get and look how far they can get and get away with it. Obviously, currently in the European Union, they are getting away with it, and democracy is obviously, a nice principle, and but it can be corrupted like any government, and it is being corrupted, obviously, and the advantage that the monarchy has, you know who has the responsibility. In a democracy, you don't really quite know who has the real power. You know, you can't usurp his leadership. You know, or if you topple the government, the people behind the government are basically never touched. So there are advantages, obvious advantages, and principled advantages, but there are shady things going on in democracy as well. You know, so but really regarding European Union and Romania, it will be very interesting how this will develop. As far as I've read, the third placed socialists, they are currently in power, and they were third placed in the elections, so they would not be in the second round of the elections anymore. They will stay in power, and they have not announced when the new election will be. So this will be interesting to see what will develop there.
So democracy won. Viva
Yeah,
democracy.
kind of, yes, it did. And Germany, obviously, I don't think Germany is a case like Romania, not because they are a mature democracy. I don't think there is any argument that supports this kind of thinking, mature or young or whatever.
Yeah.
The issue is that the AfD does not have this kind of votes. They have maybe 20-25%, and they will not get into power because the others do not want to get in a coalition with them. So, but the power that be that try to get away, like I explained, with how much they ever can. They understand, obviously, that dictatorships and autocracies have important advantage that they don't need to make this circus around getting the people along to vote in this direction that they want, because they can easier decide in a direction to go, and it takes a lot of less resources to make decisions than in a democracy. In a democracy, you have to fight it out in the media and whatever, you know, make a show and circus. And it's going a bit into an autocratic direction in Europe. I agree, kind of. But still, even if you have an autocracy, I think it's basically obvious that the people may not rebel against it. I don't see it. I kind of think you were arguing that Europe will go down because democracy is declining. I think people will not revolt against this per se, you know, having less voting power, but people will revolt if and when they get less wealth. And I think this is not directly connected, you know, voting power and wealth. There are connections, but not directly. You can see Saudi Arabia is very wealthy, and they have never heard of democracy. Or China is still basically a dictatorship. It's a communistic dictatorship, but it's successful economically, not having democracy. You know, so
even the economic miracle of Singapore is a questionable democracy.
Why are you
Yeah,
promoting
it's a normal democracy. We just happen to vote for one party. That's all.
Why are you
No, that's super questionable, Wyatt. That's super wrong. You know, like the world's-based order isn't built on that.
Every democracy in the world, man. Every democracy.
Western values aren't like that. You're voting wrong.
Don't worry. I understand the jealousy. It's okay. It's perfectly fine.
You saying communism is better?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes,
does the aged democracy means they all vote as it's supposed to be? Like we see the new democracy, like Romania, they vote for the people that really care about, that want improve their standard of living, right? So it seems like newer democracy is smarter than the aged democracy, as it's called. So opposite of what you presented as something important, aging democracy, or, you know, ripe democracy. It's really funny. It's about sovereignty. This is breaking the law in Romania. They're breaking the law. They're not following democracy. They're interpreting the law as they want.
To be honest,
No, but it's
basically
hilarious
breaking
when
the law
to be
because
honest,
they're not
real
sovereign.
democracy. To be honest,
Because
real
they're not
democracy.
sovereign.
it's hilarious when
It's easily threatened and bought because they're not
yeah
sovereign.
by the
It's
EU
about feeling of the sovereignty
and
of
NATO.
the country, right? But
Yeah.
in general, yeah, NATO. This is all about fulfilling the NATO orders, which means
Yeah,
the
definitely.
military took over from the civilian rule. So there's no more democracy because military rules now. This what you can how you can interpret, not in all aspects, but you can take it that they rule. NATO is ruling. Basically, United States through the NATO is ruling the Europe. So that's why there's no democracy as it's supposed to happen, right?
No, it always was like
they
that.
say secure. It wasn't, yes, but it's security trumps democracy, right? So that's how they present it always. They have to secure, they have to defend and all of that. That's what they that narrative is. And but basically it's NATO controlling the civilian decisions, right? And civilian decisions is all about like, oh, we can save a little bit CO2 here, maybe over there, but that's about it. Or maybe
No,
kill some groups.
You're wrong.
That's what
You're wrong. You're wrong, Jordan. NATO control the EU. EU control the civilians.
It's the same thing.
That's what I said.
Difference
That's
without
what I
a
said.
state.
Hello.
No, you said NATO controls civilians.
Civilian rule. Yes, that's what I said. NATO controls the EU. EU is
Yes,
civilian
and
rule.
EU control the people.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
That's what I said. Yes.
This is why upgrade go to nationality. Because when France is fucking up, it goes straight to Switzerland.
What it has to do with everything you said?
Nothing.
You're just saying something.
To democracies. Anyway,
You're busted.
Anyway,
You're busted
real
up,
democracy. Real democracy
You're
is in the
busted
United
up,
States.
great. They
move on from this topic instead
Real
of
democracy
just
is in the
moving on.
United States. Two candidates run for president for the country, and they were fighting who loves more Israel. That's democracy, They forget the people. Israel comes first. That's democracy.
No, but just a real quick comment that I think it's really disingenuous and even ridiculous to like attribute success or failure of a state to like a single issue, like a system in which they operate, because like it just ignores a massive spectrum of all sorts of phenomena that affect the outcome of a policy or a political system that is completely beyond the country and like the scope of whatever
It
system.
mirrors.
Like
Gabriel,
you say,
it
like
mirrors. The political system even mirrors that society.
Works because this country is successful and it has a democracy, or capitalism works because this country is successful and it's capitalist, or communism doesn't work because this country is a failure. Like it completely ignores geopolitical situations, historical realities, and all sorts of cultural conditions. It's like a nation's success has to do with so much stuff that only a tiny percentage is in the hands of the actual nation. Like even with big nations, so like just keep that in mind. So go on.
Upgrade, go on.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to move on to something else. So if you
Totally
have
agree.
anything else
What
to
do you
say,
think?
I would let you go first. Then I will go.
Yes, I
Yeah,
actually
so
have
I just
something in mind. Oh, okay, go on.
You have
go on,
something
go on.
to say, Piotr? Okay.
No, go
Okay,
on.
I just wanted to switch topic. Yeah, because I thought it's gonna go too long. I just wanted to change the topic and go over maybe to something what I found very funny when Trudeau went to to Donald Trump to Mar-a-Lago, and he said to him like, if you have so much deficit on tariffs, why you don't become actual US 51st state, right? I found it pretty funny because that shows how tariffs can be used. That shows how tariffs can be used, you know. If you have a huge deficit to a big country, the big country can just leverage the shit out of you and you can do shit. And that goes what Gabriel said actually in his point, because sometimes you don't have actual leverage on what you can do or not. That's totally true. But it depends also how long it was and so on. So there's many factors. I guarantee I give you the right about that, Gabriel. But it shows that actually everybody who was pissing the shit out of Trump when I say, oh, when you're going to increase the tariffs, no, it's going to happen, everything. No, don't be panic attacked. You can use it as a leverage. If you're a strong country, if you're the #1 country in the world, you can use the shit out of tariffs. You can say, if you don't do what I'm saying, then this will happen. And when they calculate what's going to happen, they know what they need to do. And that's basic things. That's always happened. It also happened with the Soviet Union before. It also happened with the French Empire, British Empire, and so on. If you have power, you use it. And depends on how you use it, of course. If the Trump just say 100% tariffs on all the BRICS countries, he will never do that. Because it's going to be a suicide for the USA. So you need to understand how the tariffs are used, and I just find it funny how it's used and how it was a point from Trump, who he said in his campaign that he will use the tariffs, and everybody was freaking out in the media. You know, when you're going to do 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, it's going to be a fucking huge problem. And now you actually see that they just come to his place and go back and actually do what he wants. I don't know who want to react to it. Maybe Mike.
I just want to say also that in fact, the historically that's exactly how, you know, villages and towns decided to join a kingdom or an empire, because it's like the cost of trade can be very expensive if you are not part of the kingdom or part of the empire, and then you just decide that let's join you. No,
let's just go.
So I think this is historically just a very normal thing.
Yes, I would agree pretty much with that. Exactly, because that's the way how the European Union has been expanding. In a way, it's like they expand, and the way they expand, the next country doesn't have any other option but to get in as well, because otherwise we'll be completely isolated. And this is that's why one of the problems that we will have to decide once this war is over is that Europe has to stop growing, stop expanding, because all these problems have actually to do with that. Where are the boundaries of Europe? They're already trying to go to Georgia, and probably they already have the eyes into Armenia. It's crazy. It makes no sense.
It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme.
So, yeah, it more or less is a Ponzi scheme, because in the way that one day will break. And in countries like Romania, the signs were there already. The disappointment with the European integration has been very big. Also with all the promise, okay, the European Union, but then they are citizens of second class because they can't go into Schengen. Of course, there is a lot of problems in Romania. That's the reason why they can't go to Schengen. But nevertheless, it is a problem. There are many elements and there's a lot of focus in things that are a disappointment for the population in many reasons. So I think some sociologists said, well, the Romanians have this feeling that everybody is always doing something against them. Well, they might not be that very wrong about it. But going back to Trump, there was something very interesting. That came out this week. I know you want to make Mike bring some energy back to the forum. Yeah, I will let you go, but I just wanted to. Okay,
I just say that he raised his finger for a long time. Although it's a very weird way to say that you have no energy, but it's okay, you know.
No, it's okay. Mike will bring us some theories of how the world is going to end tomorrow. Go on, Mike.
Oh, come on.
Thank you guys for letting me in. Just want to say it's good to see you guys back. And as you guys know, the controversial Mike is back. I just want to say first, Russia has won Syrian war. That's first thing I'm going to say. Russia has won Syrian war. I said last week that the best thing for Russia is to let Syria fall.
This is gonna be
That is the
interesting.
best thing for Russia, and this is not going. It's going to be contagious, right? The West has fucked things for themselves. You know, in Nigeria, we say one word. We say, "You don't shit in front of your door," and that's exactly what West has just done, especially United States. They
That's
are
wisdom.
just
That's
shit.
wisdom right there.
They are just shit in front of their door, and these people they give more power
Very
to because
right.
they want to get out of Russia so bad. They just want to show how weak the Russia are, right? This disaster they just create for themselves, right, is going to be way larger because the way I've been seeing things, and I've been saying something for past years right now. Say the first country they're going to use nuke is going to be United States, and this is exactly what I've been calculating that is going to end up happening, right? Because the way this thing is going right now, what they are doing to themselves. See, United States ball is right there. They put their ball on the front for the other. Let me just say, it's about to be a war between the NATO.
No? What?
Yes, it's about to be a war between NATO country. Just give it 1 year.
France.
No, yeah, but you're right.
France against Italy. Please. I want to see
No,
that.
no.
You guys are
Because
gonna remember this word. When I say this word again, you're gonna say Michael never say this. You guys gonna say Michael never say this.
You're right, Mike. You're right, Mike, because the Kurds are backed by the US and they're fighting against the HS something that are backed by Turkey. So now you have two
Yes.
proxies of NATO fighting each other. So you have a point. Go on.
So as things is going right now, things is gonna get ugly from this point on. And again, disaster is not just going to be Syria. See, one of the reasons why I think Syria for is Assad. Assad is kind of like too greedy. Okay, he should have tried to run election in Syria, maybe fake election or something. Just fake it out. Okay, don't just stay like this is not correlation. They are not correlate you. This is not like a family business things, and that's what people don't like. Okay, look, the father and the son and the grand, it's people. No, that is too much. It's not a correlation. It's supposed to be like if it's a fake election, run it. Let people think, oh, they have election, right? Unlike Iran, it will not be easier because people will still think that at least they're changing. Maybe let's wait 4 years. Maybe things could change. They have a hope, but on its own, they have no hope. And that's one of the reasons why the military in Syria quickly pissed off. Like, let it go down because they are just fighting for this guy and he's living large. Okay, even now, the guy they are fighting for disappear. It's not even stand to fight to help them. It's like ghost. So anyway, let me go back to my point. Right now, as things is going right now, Jordan is going down. Saudi is going down. It's not going to be Saudi. They're going to take it away from the Saudi family and it's going to become Arabia. It's not going to be Saudi Arabia anymore. It's going to be Arabia.
I was
Jordan
right.
is going down. Okay, watch these people that are giving power to. You guys don't know.
To be honest, Mike. To be honest, I'm glad you came.
Okay, maybe when this is happening,
if you ever decide to write a book, I'll buy it.
Maybe when this start to happen, when I tell you, I said this before, some people gonna say, no, Mike, you never say this. You never say this before. It's gonna happen. But guys, remember that because this is gonna be contagious. This contagious is gonna be larger than people think of.
I hope you're wrong.
Hey, we should get Leo back so that he can fight against.
Let me just say, I might be wrong.
You're wrong.
And
we should get Leo back in so that they can fight with Mike.
But
they have the exact same but opposite theory.
So
I might be wrong. Don't let me say I'm always right. I might be wrong. Okay?
No, you are always right.
My theory, the way I'm looking at it right now.
Right. You keep saying you have been right because somewhere in the past, we don't remember, but somewhere in the past, you already said that and this happened. we all.
Yeah,
Yes. So, I wanted to pick up on Upgrade and Trump, and there was something very interesting. I was talking, and then what? To whom?
I was also going to. I watched the finger.
Okay, but then I
was going
Lambo,
to
stop smelling your finger.
Duvel, I smell Duvel. I don't know why.
You are live on YouTube and Rumble. People are watching. Kids are watching.
I hope not. It's like 3 a.m. It's like midnight. We need to go to bed.
No in Singapore. No in Singapore.
I don't know how you are like a father, but
in Singapore,
it's
7:30 a.m.
I also want to go sleep.
You need to go to school.
The children that are going.
Toby is watching. He's in
The children having breakfast on their way to school are watching this, Mr. Lambo. Remember, the children in Singapore that are getting for school are watching
in Singapore.
I wanted to start to speak about Trump because I have the
Yeah,
picture
me
of
too.
Trump. Yeah, but let me.
You know.
I'm waiting so long.
You know.
Okay, guys.
Mr. Lambo, a lot of things happen in Ukraine. No one is talking about Ukraine.
No, they
anymore.
lost a lot of fingers in Ukraine.
That's 2 weeks in a row.
We're getting there.
He's going there. He's going there. Go on.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah,
Okay, we're on our way.
You see that is Trump handshaking Zelensky in Paris yesterday.
He did.
It's so hard. You see money drop of him. You see on the picture in my background. It's like the meme of the year. So that's Trump saying hello to Zelensky. Trump was yesterday in Paris to the inauguration of the restoration work of Notre Dame de Paris. It was amazing how everybody was watching Trump in the church everywhere. Like everybody was like, "Oh, Trump."
Yes, even Melania,
Our Lord and Savior.
So, like it was amazing. Everybody was like, "That's a man of power." Oh my God,
Your
that's a man
Highness.
of power. The guy is
Your
real.
Highness, Majesty Trump.
He's not looking like so orange like on the television. Oh my God. Oh, he has a yellow tie. He's wearing a yellow tie. Look at the picture. Oh, he's maybe supporting Ukraine.
That was an Italian reporter, right? That was cool. That was so cool.
Everybody, even the minister, it was the minister like sitting a little bit more next to Trump in the church. She was like, she was like right under the chair. I'm serious. The chairs on the floor in the church were all wet because of Trump. Crazy. But the dude was in Paris yesterday, and Zelensky also. I'm like, why again? Why again bringing Zelensky? Maybe, okay, they're going to talk, but you can do that another day, on another time. We are speaking about Notre Dame. It is like a sort of symbol. It's a church, it's a cathedral. It's a symbolism of Paris. Everybody does know Paris, knows the Eiffel Tower and Notre Dame. Maybe they have a job for him. They need Quasimodo, the ring bearer of Notre Dame. They maybe need a new one. So maybe he can do the job in a few years. So he already can learn how to ring the bells of Notre Dame. Maybe he's going to be the new.
He can be the hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah. So maybe for after Ukraine, after being president, he can postulate for the Notre Dame to ringing the bells and to maintain the organ and and using the vacuum cleaner inside of the church. We don't know. And maybe the Georgian woman prime minister is going to be postulating to play Esmeralda. We don't know.
Esmeralda.
But the dude was the man was in Paris yesterday, and it's crazy. He is not yet president again, so 20 January, so he's the elected president, and everybody was watching him like, they're already afraid of him again. The guy just showed power, and that's amazing about that guy. You just look how hard he's handshaking Zelensky. That Zelensky turned 180 degrees during the handshaking, and so far we didn't see that on the camera, but that's a screenshot. But Trump, the Democrats are making him difficult. The Western media is making him difficult. You also have the accusations of Pete Hegseth that is working on my nerve. There was a very good interview on Megyn Kelly's show that you can watch about Pete Hegseth. Words to watch it. Like Democrats are doing everything to destroy Trump new government. But I think made it. And who was with Trump yesterday also? Musk. Elon Musk. Even people making selfies of Musk in the Church of Notre Dame. It was fucking amazing. So cool. So yeah, Trump. Yeah, I hope for him that we have how many days? You're the 12th, the 9th of the 12th, 20. So a few more than 1 month and 11 days is going to be president. I just hope for him. The world is not going to be too much more fucked up like now. You know what I mean? So he can do his plans. So just let's hope it. Prata? Just want to say that.
Yeah, so it goes away on that. It's very interesting. I didn't saw Trump shaking hands on Zelensky. Actually, I didn't see it. But if you say you saw it, I take it for word. It's very interesting because actually Trump met Macron on the presidential palace, and then later, like a rat, Zelensky came in. And there is a very interesting story that came out as well. There's a very interesting story that came out as well. This is the new strategy. Well, the things in Kiev are so bad that they are already having their own political fights, and so they published something very interesting. Yarmark strategy is to convince Trump that Zelensky is really willing to start negotiations. He really wants to start negotiations, but the Russian, before Trump even can have a talk with Putin, he really convinced Trump that the Ukrainians want so badly to starting negotiations, and they are willing to give as much as they could. But this is a trap. They are not. They are just trying to convince Trump that this is true and that the Russians are the bad ones. They don't want to have any type of negotiations. But it went wrong somehow because they have been telling so many lies, and because they forgetting that Trump already has secret information. It's already given to him. And they had a meeting, and it went very badly. And after a second meeting, it was like, if I understood, it was like he had a kind of before meeting, and he had a kind of short introduction where they confronted him with all the topics. They are a lie, and one of those is how many people died in that war. It's very interesting. So things are not going well for Ukraine. And like Mr. Lambert was saying, there was this interview, which is very interesting, which everybody should also watch, because Trump said really bad things. One of them is that Ukraine is not going to get so much money like they used to. And the second one was that if Europeans don't pay for their security, he doesn't see any good in US to be in NATO, which is very explosive. I think these were rumors. There was never something really caught on camera, him saying that, and this is very, very strong. I presume he's coping.
Orange man is bad.
Yes, you guys can hear me?
No, you're hearing you perfectly.
Excellent. So I have a small little thing to why I think Israel is never going to leave that territory they took. But first I have to come with a public service announcement, entered with a song. Yes. Pussy be good, pussy be fine, that nice pussy's going to be all mine. You already know that's good for your coping. And a numerous amount of unnamed scientists have already done some rigorous studies to find out that the best way to get that form of coping is, drum roll please, money. Yes, that's right. With some money, you can get your beaker wet.
Cocaine.
Wait. I have a really good point with this. You see, These researchers have also found out that the best way to allocate the money is to give it to Wyatt, which you can do with a super chat or further down below with the links of the Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals, and Boosty, which, for all you know, thanks to that sexy name, if you give enough money, maybe you might find a hidden account of Wyatt's OnlyFans. Well, going over to geopolitics here and trying to make your
Coping, you're becoming very difficult.
So we're
No,
gonna
I'm just here to make the rest of you guys look good, okay? You guys have been wearing on
That
this
is a
black
good
hole
statement.
shit with democracy for like a hundredth times and whatever. It's like, yeah, but I'll give you good power politics. It's what RL said a few hundred years ago on open mic years. People are wondering how the hell does Annalena Baerbock have so much power? Well, goes back to what I entered with. She has a lot of power behind her, as paraphrasing what RL said. So, but what I really want to get into was like I said, this thing about Israel sticking onto the Mount Hermon, or what it's called. I picked up something earlier today, which I found a bit interesting. It was a short, like a video speech of Netanyahu, and like any speech, whatever, it's a lot of words, but there was one word that stood out. He said temporary. Now that kind of just logically didn't make sense, because who is going to be returned to, right? No, and you should keep in mind, Syria and Israel, they were at war, right? They were officially at war still when that was happening. So why would they even yield? And why didn't Israel just take it out already? That's also a good question, right? Maybe they thought they had too much on their hands, but there's also this saying that a reasonable enemy is better than a crazy friend. And the HTS or any subgroups thereof from the very beginning of the war had made it very clear there was going to be no recognition of Israel. Syria had not normalized relations, but they at least recognized that Israel was kind of there. HTS was pretty adamant they would not be changing that stance whatsoever. So, if the US is so much behind the HTS, then the saying really rings true. You rather want a reasonable enemy like Assad than a crazy friend funded by the US, like the HTS, for example.
fuck yeah.
Right? So I'm pretty certain that and one thing I just had to check up with, because I got so curious when I heard that word temporary, and with all that being said, right, I'm really in doubt already. So I tried to see, what does Netanyahu say in the Hebrew media when he speaks in Hebrew? The word temporary is not mentioned. It's a lot of other things are mentioned, and they're going in there, security and whatever, and they're mentioning the Druze, for example. Now, the Druze, I think, would be a little bit interesting, because while people are talking settlements to this and settlements to that, Israel isn't even able to demographically shift the West Bank. So I'm not really sure why people are thinking that Israel is going to be capable of settling, even Gaza, I think, is out of their reach, so let alone Damascus or something like that. But when it comes to the area that it took near Mount Hermon and the surrounding area, there may not be a need for settlements. For the Druze are particular people. They are actually a true ethno-religion. Unlike Judaism, which people tend to think is an ethno-religion, that's more a result of social political circumstances that you can kind of ethnically trace. But you can convert to Judaism, just like any other religion. The difference is that they don't care to proselytize. But the Druze, on the other hand, they are a true ethno-religion. Both of your parents must be Druze for you to be a Druze. And as soon as you marry outside with any other non-Druze, you are no longer Druze. You see, it really sticks into that. And their religion is kind of secret and so forth. Now, that is as an aside, but that's kind of what makes them a distinct people. But what makes them interesting in a geopolitical context is that their loyalty is to whoever they consider to be in charge. So the Druze in Israel, they swear their allegiance to, thanks for the money, and they swear their allegiance to Israel, whereas the Druze that are in Lebanon, for those in Syria. Now that there is no more Syria, at least as we recognize it, it's important to note that the Druze have not been particularly good terms with generally many other jihadi groups in particular, because they're considered doing shirk, that they're kind of like heretics, essentially, the offshoots of Islam, to the point that they need to be taken out. So there has been a lot of tensions there, which would suggest that I think if the Druze of Syria decide that there is no more Syria and they would change their allegiance to Israel, then that would drastically increase the chance of Israel just saying, well, we have annexed the Golan. They have said it publicly, right? But they have said here with this new territory, oh, that's temporary. But if the Druze start to say like, if they start voicing opinions that they are switching, that the Syria is no more, they're going to go over to Israel, then I think it is increasingly likely that Israel would just go ahead and annex it. But then again, I'm pretty sure Israel is just not going to leave. Period. I'm pretty sure they have once they moved in there, the Assad's troop, they just left the position. There were no fighting. The Assad just left, and the IDF just moved in. And an agreement that was pertaining to a dynasty that is no longer existing, well, then there is no rule. There's nothing to return. The area is already taken. So I'm pretty certain that the IDF is going to stay there. And there was some talks. I'm not sure if anyone want to talk about the notion of them setting up like a corridor. I think it was the Caspian Sea made this. But wanted to set a corridor between from the areas they control through the areas near the border between Syria and Iraq, where the U.S. has at least some troops, and they've also been bombing. I think there were White's reporting would suggest that it was IRCG or something that was trying to move across the border, and then connect to the SDF, the Kurds, which I'm not entirely sure why they would actually want to do that. Like, what's really to gain? And also, I see some serious challenges there, because if the HTS, it strikes me like a wild card without knowing for sure. As far as I can tell, the SNA are the ones that are the Turks, and you have the SDF, which are at odds with them, and then you have the ones that have actually done most of the conquest from Aleppo southwards, and that's the HTS. They are the ones who, as far as I've understood it, have taken over Damascus as well. So if they were to get it in their minds, because they happen to have been fighting the Russians as well as Assad for over a decade, so it's not beyond the possibility of imagination that they have strong inclinations within their groups that no, they're not to be having any like whatever agreement with this kuffar or whatever. They're going to take the Russian bases or force them to do it on certain terms and whatever terms, which might be something the Russians simply cannot accept, and then they will just maybe they will find an agreement with Turkey, or I'm not really sure, because it's a big fucking mess. If they want to take out the HTS, the only one I can see here that the Russians can actually do an agreement with, because it won't be the United States. If they are the ones who really influence the HTS, then it's not going to be them. So if there's going to be anyone, then it will be Turkey, which maybe, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of contradictions at play here, right? Turkey is in NATO after all, and there's a lot of what do you guys
whatever
think?
that means.
Whatever that means. Yeah, good point.
I just want to say one of the reasons why the Syrian army fall quickly, it has to be based on one thing and one thing only: FPV. This weapon is so little than most people think of. It's a tank killer. And they have it, everybody, they have a tank killer, it's more difficult for them to fight. It's like they are fighting loose battle. That is why Syrian army fall. They rely too much on heavy equipment. And with small FPV can destroy all those heavy equipment easily. That's one thing that I'm afraid of, because United States don't understand how terrible things are really getting right now. Because if they calculate perfectly well what they are unleashed evil, and that's what I say earlier, that you don't shit in front of your house, because the front of the United States house is Israel. Soon or later, these people are moving down. They will be fighting Israel the way I'm looking at it. Hopefully not. But if the way things is going, it might not be now, might not be 3 months, might be 6 months down the road. Then the West is going to be fully occupied. Focus on, because all this, the jihadi, the US been fighting, they never use FPV. And this is a new modern, this is another, I could say this is advanced modern warfare. This is not just modern warfare anymore. This is advanced modern warfare. everything is changed completely. United States never fight this kind of fight before, and now they're about to fight jihadi that use FPV. Hopefully, somebody could develop a technology to counter this drone quickly. Without that, if this jihadi fight United States, a lot of soldiers are going to be lost with this crazy technology FPV that people don't even know how little this weapon is. Because right now, United States still rely on heavy equipment, M1, M2, Bradley, whatever. That is what the United States so much rely on. They rely on a drone, big drones, but now it's no longer big drone. Yes, they have their own spot, but the best right now is the small FPV, which is most dangerous.
I can agree on that a lot of NATO, actually all the NATO countries are not busy investing in these drones and forming soldiers to use these drones. So it's something that I don't get also. I'm not speaking for Syria or Ukraine, I'm just speaking for globally. We're seeing in Ukraine from how Russia and how Ukraine are using them. And like for me, for Belgium, we have some bigger reconnaissance drones, but I never seen on the news or on investments list that the Belgian government is busy, or military government is busy to invest on these type of drones. And I think it's actually for almost every country in the world almost. There's a big mistake exactly. If I was Minister of Defense, I'm going to put a big budget on the drone warfare. And it's not happening. We know that France and other countries are investing in like mini submarine drones. They are doing that. Also, the ones that the Ukrainians want getting or this type of drones. Australia provide Ukraine these cardboard drones. So they also have already type of drones that can make big damage, because these cardboard drones are like, you just use it one time. So you make it in a cheap material, you make it fly, you put a charge on it, and you can destroy it. And you can make a lot of big damage. So Australia is doing that already. So I think or we just don't need them. We have the technology, but we don't need to have them because we don't need to use them because we are not in war with another country. So it can be a very plausible thing. And you saw it yourself how fast it evolved in Ukraine. They even in the beginning started to make some parts with 3D printers in the trenches to provide to have a release system for the grenades and all that stuff. So I think it's a way of weapon that they maybe have the plans for it, just not only producing it because they just don't need it yet. That is something that I'm thinking about. But it is a good point. It's a very good point that NATO countries are not visually investing in this type of drones. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, NATO are investing on. Sorry about that, but NATO are investing heavily on drones. Believe it or not.
Big drones. I'm speaking about little.
I'm talking about smaller.
They are doing it.
No, I'm talking about smaller FPV. Right now, United Kingdom I invest heavily on this kind of drones.
No, they're buying it for Ukraine, and that's it.
No, I said something last week. Maybe some people don't get it when I say it. What I said back then, you say one guy was asking that which country is going to be the second big war. Then I said China. Okay, and this is why I say this is this, because my calculation is that both United States and UK have been invested heavily. I mean, super heavily on the smaller FPV drones, because they understand that this is the next big things. And one of the reasons, yes, both of them, they invest heavily. Yes, this is the thing. The most features on the drones, everybody keeps saying chips. No, the most thing that the more important on the drones are the motor. Okay, the brushless motor, which contain rare earth material. Okay, that second thing is the camera. Okay, that second most vital thing on that drone, and the third thing is the chips that control it. So everybody keep based on chips, and this camera mostly manufactured in China. That's why China ahead. So what happened is that the West is buying time to build their factory run, right? Like China thought they are buying time, but West is buying more time because now they don't want, because most of those material was produced in China, but now they are bringing that into the West to manufacture everything.
Korea, Taiwan. But Taiwan
Can
is
I
not
can I
China. South Korea is not China.
can I jump in, or are you gonna keep on playing ping pong?
I'm about to say two things before I go. I just want to say, okay.
No, it's okay. Finish. Go on.
Finish.
No, it's okay. Finish. Go on.
Yeah, what I'm about to say is that
I can hold the thought.
All the people I'm about to say about Russia, one of the reasons why the Russia was losing this war is they have to base on FPV. If we were talking about heavy equipment, Russia could have won this war like 3 months highest, because all their tank, all this heavy equipment they really count on can easily take out with FPV. But that's one thing that this is a consumer grade electronics equipment that converts to military use equipment. Russia never invest on this technology.
Yeah, but Ukraine was first.
Okay. Are you done?
That's
okay.
Why.
Should we do closing, Wyatt? Because
yes.
Okay, I'll do my closing then. But I'm gonna do a quick review on the drone situation so that we can clarify it. All this back and forward. The ones who started with the drone warfare were the Ukrainians, right? The Ukrainians were supported by NATO, right? And before the Ukrainians were using drones, it was Azerbaijan who started with the drone warfare intensively in the Nagorno-Karabakh war. And those were supported by Israel, which is also de facto NATO. Okay, so the Sver point of the drone warfare comes from NATO, and Russia adapted. And Russia adapted and has exceeded Ukraine in the use of drones, which brings you back to the basics of war, okay? Which is the industrial capacity, your logistic strength, your logistics pyramid, okay? And so,
and you also
I don't believe that there's going to be a counter that can cancel out the drone warfare. I've seen all sorts of theories of counters. There's the EMP gun and sort of Gatlings of birdshot, and there's a whole shit of array of counter drone measures and the electronic warfare, and that's all good and well, but it's just another arms race of counters versus weapons. And so it's going to be adapting like that. There's going to come out counters and there's going to come out new weapons. So you're going to have you have the optic cable drones already that are immune to electronic warfare.
Yeah.
Then they're going to probably make EMP cannons.
I call the countermeasure.
He's a closing. He's a closing.
Yeah.
No, it does.
I think he was replying on his and then doing the closing.
Then there was there's going to be an EMP cannon that's going to bring down electronic systems, but then they're going to put Faraday cages on the drones, and they're going to and so on and so forth. But the issue is who has the rare earths and who has the industrial base, because it's like, and that's the problem with the West. They've been investing in drones, but their major focus in their doctrine is still the high-end, super expensive weapons that can be sold for great profit margins at a really low intensity production. That's the bulk of their military industrial complex profits. And so that's where their focus still is, you know, while as in China and Russia, they're adapting to make low end and highly producible material for war. And that's the advantage. And that's why Russia has and right now it abandoned Syria, but has started making massive gains in super key areas like Toretsk and Pokrovsk and on the Oskol River, which is catastrophic advancements in the strategic situation of the war. And so we can see who has an edge in the deployment of the technology. So Russia is having an advantage in the deployment of the military technology. And I think it has a lot to do with its industrial base and its doctrine that gears its industrial base towards its needs. And the same thing is happening with China. And so the evolution of this arms race is tilting kind of irreversibly towards the east because of the developed industrial base versus the declining industrial base of the West. And so in spite of all the back and forwards of the tactical situations in the world, in the covert world war that we're witnessing, a tendency is still pretty clear. We can still see like the major macro forces operating in a certain direction beyond all the ups and downs of the wavelength. So things are going to get more interesting. I think that the reason for the collapse, the abandonment of Syria so suddenly, has probably one of two reasons. One is that it's a burden that must be dropped to reinforce other areas, or the other is that like the rim areas or certain satellites of your strategic position must be abandoned in preparation for a great wave of escalation. So with that, I'm going to leave it here. Thank you guys. It's been a wonderful discussion. Remember to give money to Wyatt and to watch his multiple channels. They're all in the link tree probably or somewhere. Hey, good to see you, Coping. And good to see you, Mike. It's always fun to hear your wacky theories. You throw so much that it's impossible for one of them not to be true. So keep at it. Good to see you, Lambo. This time I wasn't drinking Belgian beer, just a local beer. But it's pretty good, so cheers to that.
I'm just already
See you
happy you
guys.
can find them, and it's to
Thank
show
you,
that
Gabe.
everybody can find them also, so it's very cool.
Yeah,
Love
must support the Argentinian economy, drink local.
Yeah,
My
100%.
Closing, Mr.
100%.
Lambo.
Yeah, so that was why I had in the beginning of the open mic the background of Admiral Nakimov, one of the two still existing biggest cruisers in the world owned by Russia. And it's not because it's a very powerful thing. It's just to show that Russia, even being in war with Ukraine, didn't delay or stopped other programs to be more economical. Nakimov was already been in what do you call that? A restoration, a refurbishment, a modernization for a long time. They changed plans also because the first plan was like to change the P-700 Granite missiles to P-800s, and then they changed their mind because they invented also the Zircon missiles. No, it's not in a dry dock anymore. It's going to do these. That's a recent picture, so it's already in the water for a long time. And is going to do the test trails to be in combat readiness in the future. So they had a few delays, but they changed the 20 P-700 to normally they want to make double that in P-800s because these missiles was like less big, so they can have more on the same surface area to use weaponry on the ship. And they changed it also then afterwards to the Zircon hypersonic missiles. So we don't know the numbers, but we know that it's going to have in total the VLH launching pods system is going to be 176. But we know they're going to have normally P400 or P500 air-to-air missile systems, and that you can end up with a number of 96. So you're going to end normally with 80 empty spots left. So they are still assuming it's going to be 60 Zircon missiles. Imagine 60 Zircon missiles on one ship. There's also meaning if they want to, they can use that one ship to launch 60 missiles in one time. It's crazy. It has all the news type of weaponry defense system also. I also saw in a previous open mic about these Gatling guns. I'm going to use the simple word, these barrel guns they had before was like a turtle with the gun come out of it like a tank, and they weren't able to go under 0% to aim to the water. Here they have like the more robotic, like the Terminator tanks systems on these ships. Normally the other Peter the Great already had it, so with that type of anti-ship drone defense system, they're going to be able to aim closer to the ship also. So it's going to be. It's not a ship I'm going to say is going to be very usable because it's so big and such a big target also for the United States. But they were already afraid at the end of the Cold War about these ships, that they reactivated the Iowa battle class ships in the United States to protect their carrier groups, because that ship is designed to destroy carrier groups. So after the Peter the Great, United States had better cruisers than the Russians. And now with Nakhimov, they actually had, again, a better cruiser than the United States. So normally, in cruiser powerness, they are, again, at number one on the sea, but just they don't have a lot of ships. They're very expensive. They're also nuclear-powered. It's a hybrid nuclear-powered cruiser. But it's just to show that Russia doesn't really have lack of money. If they had lack of money, they could cancel or delay that program, because it's a fucking expensive ship to maintain and all that shit. No, they just continue. So how is the economical warfare state of Russia? I don't think it is very bad. I don't think it's really bad. The problems that Russia and Ukraine are getting worse. Torres has actually fallen. Pokrov, they are going closer. You need to watch the C-traps of Riot for that. It's concerning what's happening in Ukraine. And suddenly they don't talk about Ukraine anymore. It's all about Syria. We did that today. We only talk about Syria. But the situation in Ukraine is very worried. And I think Zelensky is, I don't know, but that he's showing his hand to Trump, that we saw him yesterday in Paris, says maybe a little bit, but if you want to negotiate to have Ukraine as a NATO country, forget it. It's never going to happen. I'm going to say it every time I come on the open mic. Putin is never going to allow in any negotiation to accept a negotiation to agree that Ukraine ever is going to be a NATO country or a European country. And that's something that people are thinking is going to happen. Is never going to happen. Is Trump capable to stop the war? I am pretty sure that it is. If the Biden administration don't continue to fuck it up, and stop also to fuck it up with the people that Trump picked. Like I said, watch Meghan Kelly's YouTube, the interview with Pete Hegseth. It's disgusting what that guy need to. Okay, he did mistakes in his past. He's been divorced for that. He's been punished for that familiarly. It's private, I can understand if you are going to be sort of leader of a state, you need to have a good example. But if you then look at the Kamala Harris, that inviting a Beyonce to speak, and that Beyonce is speaking about that woman divorced already 4 times. Just to give you a stupid example, but I think Trump is going to do well, and he's going to do good for his own country. We're going to see for the rest of the world how it is. I already saw why suddenly Trudeau came to United States to Mar-a-Lago to speak with him. Why suddenly the president of Mexico going to contact Trump? Why? Because he already was threatened these countries to raise the taxes because there are issues and agreements with these countries. No, they're going to, of course, they're going to be afraid of the tweet of Trump. Why? Because Trump is serious if he's saying something, and they don't know how he's acting also. So they're going to talk with him because they are neighbor countries. So they're going to try to work with him. Something I don't understand why Biden never did that. Why did the Biden administration never go a little bit stronger in attitude against his neighbor countries? A lot of things I don't understand. But Trump is there. Trump is going to fix it, and I just hope it's going to be well. Syria, a lot of questions. It's still fresh. So we're going to see in the future what's going to happen. I still think it's a plan of Turkey and Palestine and maybe the NATO involved in it, but still too fresh to know it. No, I just hope it's going to be 20th of January. I hope Trump is going to fix the issue with Ukraine and Russia very fast. They're going to find an agreement and stop that fucking war. We don't know how many casualties there are, but any casualty that's falling is one too much. I hope the problem in Gaza is going to stop. No, I was just hoping like 2024 going to be easier, not happening. So I hope that 2025 is going to be this different. Too many wars happening right now, and it's starting to be very concerning for everybody. It's not fun to see that. It's just not fun to see that. So let's hope that 2025 is going to be the year that finally everything going to be calming down. You know, not everything can be stopped, but I hope we're going to calm down and there's some solutions going to find it. And also for the United States themselves, they're going to empty the problems inside their own country also. And for Belgium, yeah, we still don't have a government, but we don't feel the change, you know. We will see. So yeah, no, not everything is so bad in the world, you know. So yeah, we will see. Guys, I love you all. Have a good one. And maybe next week. So yeah, that was my closing.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Closing.
Yes. Oh God, I love smoking. This is way too late for me, Wyatt. I just have to admit it. And it's way too late. If I'm stopping to smoke at the same time, I'm wired and tired at the same time. Finally, I got myself a couple to smoke on. I feel ready to go to bed. It's perfect timing for closing. So even though you started late, not bad. Yeah, I don't really have that much to say. I mean, talking about like Ukraine and Syria and whatever. Let's draw a parallel here. I can't maybe do that, but I do see one thing going on. Last time things went to shits in Syria, there was a ton of Syrians coming to Europe, and that time it was an anti-Assad basis, right? And so I've been hearing talks more and more recently that the situation is there under control. Assad is under control, so it's starting to get time for some of you to go back, and there's gone. There's gone. But now we have only so Assad is gone, and will we see a lot of pro-Assad refugees? Like I'm just wondering, like, are we going to be having like a clashes on the European streets between like I don't know. It's like you said, Mr. Lambo. Like, let's hope for a better 2025. But I don't know. The last few months seem to have been going so crazy that I'm just going to be assuming it's going to keep getting as crazy as it is, and we're going to be seeing weird shit popping up here and there. And a lot of paradigm shifts are probably going to happen, I'm pretty sure, like we're seeing right now. I think the situation in the Middle East is this thing with Israel, I'm pretty sure it's a permanent thing. The what's going to happen with the borders, especially with the Kurds, that's if the Kurds and Turkey go out into full-fledged war, which is not too unlikely, then we're going to have a big fucking mess. We might have, Kurds coming over and Syrians who are pissed at them for having collaborated with Assad, and then pro-Assad Syrians who, like Wyatt pointed out, are going to be pissed off at the Kurds because they had some tentative agreements for quite a while. They weren't, there were some clashes once in a while during the civil war, but most of the time they kind of stayed clear. They were mostly involved with everything else. So yeah, I mean the Kurds, they are in the pickle because like I mentioned in the previous open mic, like if it's only Muslims involved, then we're not going to hear about it, or we're going to hear very little. And the only reason we're going to be hearing about it, if anything happens, is because of Turkey is in NATO. So if Turkey falls out of NATO for whatever reason, then I think the Kurds are the Kurds. I meant that was not the Kurds are going to be fucked. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hit pretty hard. But all that being speculations. I guess thank you again, White, for hosting, and always nice to see you guys. Also, you slithering little critters in the live chat, but also you super chatted. Oh, real people. Nice. All right. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Coping. Mike, closing.
Sorry, I just want to say it's good to see you guys again and be able to contribute to what you guys are saying. One of the things I want to say, I've been trying to say for a couple of months ago, is about how West is helping Russia than Russia could help themselves. Because right now, if you see the way the West has tried to think they make things difficult for Russians, it's helping Russia. I said last week, the best thing for Russia to get out of Syria, it will help Russia more than for them to stay in Syria. The same go with the sanction. The sanction is helping Russia more than it's destroying Russia. That they don't understand, because right now Russia is now become a self-sufficient country. Before, they all depend on the other country to produce to them. Now they start to produce some of these things themselves. And not just that, this is epic. This is exactly what Trump's want in the United States. If they could have done it to the United States, it could have helped the United States more than it could. Because now they can produce everything from within the country without relying on other country to produce for them. And it's going to create more jobs for the local. Matter of fact, that's why they've been saying that. Even I can see some, I don't know if they're stupid or they are scam artists, YouTubers, right? They go, oh, Russia is falling, Russia is collapsed. The economy, in fact, they are using a war economy. If the war is over, the Russia is going to completely fit that. To these people, they are so stupid. Because if the war is over today, Russia, as long as they keep the sanction in place, Russia is going to boom. It will be like United States, 1946, 47, all the way to 65. The way the economy was booming, because it's going to be a lot of money in Russia. And now they are producing things on their own. So everything is going to be like boom in Russia. That's one thing I'm about to say. The other thing I'm about to say, I've been trying to say this for a long time, is about one of the YouTubers I always go, keeps saying, oh, it's having a cancer. And is willing to order people to go and die. You want other people to. This guy is a con artist. It's a MI6. It's a con artist. You want other people to go and die in a war, right? Ukraine should recruit people. They should go and kidnap everybody and send them to war to go and die, right? But the following thing is, oh, I have a cancer, I'm dying. But the person that is saying is dying, and they want other people to send other people to the front line to die.
Don't say it.
He only care about himself. He doesn't care about others. That's you say this guy is a con artist. Whatever he say is a con. I just want you guys to know that. Don't buy it. If you buy it, then you're done. It's a con. That's, in fact, it's worse doing it. Nigeria have been better than that. It's really, really worse doing it. So if you're wishing somebody to go and die, and you just worry about your own health, oh, I'll show you where I have my condition, what I'm going through. But it's want other people to go and die. You guys already figured everything out. I don't need to say too much about it. Okay? So I just want to say,
really,
it's good to see you guys. And just appreciate all your what? You are great. Gabriel, Mr. Lombo, respect to you guys.
Bye-bye. You
Hope we see you again. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, guys.
It's not really. Bye-bye.
So, thank you, Mr. Lambo. So it's my turn to do closing. So yeah, need to adjust so cannot see my wife. So thank you everyone for watching and participating in the discussion for the DPA Open Mic episode 106, where the conversation is largely talking about Syria. And yeah, nobody cares about Ukraine. In fact, more funnily, nobody cares about South Korea as well. So no, it is what it is. Toronto, Brad, how do you tip that other person when the money goes to me? Yeah, but thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so yeah, and I think there's some some other super chats. Thank you, JN, for the Black Fund contribution. And yeah, I think ASCII super chatted this, and Romanian democracy just died, turning back to calm. And did I miss this? Yeah, I think no, I didn't miss this. I did show this. Yeah, so the Syria, it just collapsed. Like Syria is exactly like how people the way how it collapsed. People expected that for Ukraine, and I think we got spoiled by Ukraine. Like it's the same thing as about how war was fought. When Israel went to war in Gaza, people got so shocked, because we are so used to the way how Russia fight. So similarly, we got shocked, by the quick fall of Syria. We forgot how fragile country can be, because Ukraine survived for so long, and suddenly, when Syria was attacked from, I would say, 3 different directions, suddenly it just collapsed. Like actually, it's 4 different directions. So anyway, that's just how it is. Assad is not dead, despite the initial rumors about him going down with a certain plane. There is a mass evacuation, Russian effort, and then Assad was evacuated to Russia, and he was awarded asylum, political asylum by the Russian state. This is confirmed official information. And yeah, the HTS assumed controls of Syria, but the war, I believe, will go on. I was mapping the Syrian war, so I will be doing the sitrep right after this for Syria. But I just want to update that the war is not over. The Syrian National Army is on the offensive against the Kurds, against the SDF. So war is still ongoing. ISIS is back. Yeah, so things is not so straightforward at this moment. And of course, Israel has invaded into Syria on the initial pretext of protecting UN positions. So let's see how this goes. Anyway, yeah, very sleepy now for me. So yeah, and I can only take a nap, and then later I need to go out immediately. So let's see how this goes. Anyway, it'll be a tiring day. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate. Join the discussion. Share your voice. Share your opinion. Swallow your ego. Expand your mind. DPA Open Mic. Free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive.
From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table